Hello. Hello. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do do. That's what goes on in my head. I think I've lost it. I think I've lost my mind. It's happened. I knew it was going to happen. Should we make a beat? Let's make a beat whilst we wait for this next race. I think we can make a beat. What beat do we make? Does this even work? We are grinding. But what beat do we make? What sort of beat do we make whilst we wait for this next session? Let's good old flex. We need a bit of hi-hat in there. We could just have hi-hat on every second. That's not good enough. Hang on, that's not even a good hi-hat. And then a snare maybe on every. iRacing, everybody is iRacing. What else we need? We need more synthesizers. We need a bass line. I'm not going to use Citrus. That's far too complicated for this. Delete. This is Fruity Loops. Good old Flax, the laziest synthesizer. Right. We're going to go for. We need a synthesizer. Synthesizer Patel. That could be the theme tune. We need a bass line though, so let's do some bass. We need a punchy bass, guys. Oh, that was quite good. There we go. That was Old Gold. I thought it was called Old Git. We'll go a bit of a bass line on this. I prefer doubling up the bass though. I prefer doubling it up. I always don't work with all synthesizers though, because then sometimes they're too much echo on them. Right, then we need... well, we... hello? Then what we're going... sad, we need a lead synthesizer on this. That'll do. Beautiful. Buh. How long we got till the next race? Hello, King Carrot. Man, this hurts my hand leaning over like this. I could always move the keyboard. That's probably a good idea. Hello, Philip. Flanger. Thanks for following. We need a better baseline. We need a better baseline. We got 5 minutes, guys, till we're going racing. Oh, something like that could sound good. What's going on here? Not done that before. Hello. We have 5 minutes. We need a good bass line. This is iRacing. This is how I warm up. Hello, Jetty Verdi. How's it going? Could just create dance tunes with 4 notes. And then you loop the last note. And then as you do that, drop in the bass, that's it, you got a dance banger. I want a bit of a techno bass. Probably got one up here actually. We did a techno synth with bass. Something with a bit of movement. I don't really feel like playing. Oh, that's a bit better. I don't really feel like playing. Oops. I don't feel like playing F125. Whenever you change the bass and then you're like, I don't like the lead with that bass. Two minutes. bet this would sound good with like a note blend. Sounds good when you have a low note and then followed by a much higher note. He's getting a bit too cramped. Getting too cramped in here. Right, save that, continue on. This is what happens, we get lost in the techno. Dance tune 1. There we go. Don't know where that one's going. I don't know where that one's going, boys. I don't know where it's going. It's going somewhere, but I don't know where. Let's put music back on here. You ready, guys? Oh, I put my where's me? Oh no, my goggles. They're on the table. Let's get my goggles on. We need to make some pure techno actually as well. Just a bit of. We should just do that. Nice and simple. I did watch, but I watched both of them. I thought they were pretty dull, to be honest. Bit dull. And on that bombshell, yeah, I thought they were a bit boring. You know, bit bloody boring. But that's something to watch. I like watching. I like the helicopters. In the Indy 500, I really like helicopters, so the helicopters were better than the race. Like, I like helicopters more than anything, really. Show me a helicopter. I'm a simple person. Helicopter, helicopter. Yeah, give me a helicopter and I'm happy. You know. I mean, how good are helicopters? Spinning blades, going out all directions. You can't really beat a helicopter. Yeah, I can't afford it. How rich do you think I am? Do you know how much it costs to get a helicopter license? It's so much more expensive than planes as well. Like it costs... You can do an hour of flying for like £150 in an aeroplane. It's like £500 per hour in a helicopter. It's mental. We'll have a look on ChatGPT, but last time I looked into it, it's like It's not even. It's not even like the only affordable flying that I could personally afford to do is gliding, because I'm not that wealthy. I mean, I could make a lot more money and do it, but I'd rather be ethical and less wealthy. But exactly, that was all my helicopter money went on that shit car. That was 1 minute of helicopter flight that I spent on that. This is like some June stuff going on here. Look how like dark it is. It's a really weird time of day. Ah! Every time.
They say you cut the cord. You'll have to slow down and give up the time game.
Do they say that? I don't think they do. I think that's a rumour. I choose to ignore what they say. Oh man, that cup of tea I just had was well
green
good.
flag.
Starting to feel a bit better as well.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Bloody last week triggered my fatigue a bit, but we're getting better. Bloody hell. The brain fog you get from like even mild chronic fatigue is mental. Like, it's actually crazy. It's like you're drunk. And then you feel pretty bad, but you're like, oh yeah, it's all right, it's just pretty bad. And then as it goes away, you start feeling, you're like, oh my god. You're like, oh actually, I feel a lot better. I'm going to be in fourth gear for that. The rallycross layout of this track, pretty good. Hello, Stephen Fry. You have days where yeah, it could be. It could be some like fatigue issue.
One more lap.
Sometimes it can be lack of vitamins that some people have, or. I'm sure everyone has it to a degree. It's just like if you happen to have had if you have a poor diet or something, you're missing something, or you've got a condition, then it just magnifies it. For me, it's like I got a mild cold in 2006. And from that day onwards, my brain decided to not work properly. It was good. Really, really appreciated it. Good times. A lot of people, probably people watching this live stream, gamers, a lot of people are just dehydrated, sun deprived, exercise deprived, vitamin deprived. So those are the simple things to eliminate if you can before anything else. I like to eat broccoli actually. Broccoli and frozen blueberries. I eat a lot of that. And I definitely feel better when I eat a lot of broccoli. But yeah, the other thing is just a fatigue issue. If I do slightly too much exercise, and it's really weird. It's like so I can walk like 15 miles or whatever, But if I do like 1 mile too much, or like go over like there's a specific threshold of energy that I put into something. If I pass that, that's it. That's 2 weeks of like brain damage. It's mental. It's actually insane. It's really weird how it's so like on the limit as well. If I stay under it, it's fine. So it must be some kind of like I don't know what's going on, but yeah, probably just diabetic. Let's go. It was a terrible qualifying, but doesn't matter. Oh, it wasn't too bad actually. 21.7. We want to try and get a 20 flat. That'd be nice. Yeah, broccoli's fantastic. And I'm not sure why. So one of the best things about having an air fryer is put a bottom bit on the air fryer so the food's suspended off the bottom, and then you put the frozen broccoli on it, and then put a little bit of cheese on top or spray it with a bit of oil, and then 22 minutes at 180, and you end up with like, it cooks the broccoli perfect. It's a little bit crispy as well. Really good. I like broccoli. Broccoli with gravy's nice as well. Oh, can you make Yorkshire puddings in an air fryer? I'd imagine that the air would push it down. I'm gonna try and do that. Air fried Yorkshire pudding. Flat pudding. Cauliflower schnitzel. No, I've not tried that. Breaded cauliflower slices. I'll give it a go. Is that like a German thing? I'll certainly give it a go. I'll try anything, to be honest. I always just like trying random food. But I like trying lots of stuff. I just like doing lots of different. Like, I like experiencing things I've never experienced before. So even if I eat something it tastes absolutely disgusting, I'll still enjoy the fact that I did something that I never experienced.
The estimated strength of field is 2,100.
Mixed vegetables with pasta. That's all right.
Keep it clean. The DNF today would hurt our point.
Yeah, I need to make more pasta. I bought some. What's the not spaghetti, but linguine? Is it like the spaghetti that's flat? Vegetable pasta is really nice in good tomato sauce, especially if you've got a lot of herbs in the sauce as well. My current rating is on the screen. It's 4.2k in this on Formula.
Still waiting on 2 cars to grid.
And then in road it's
waiting on the final car to grid.
3,246. Actually, we're on day 11, I think. Keep forgetting to update these. I need to automate
Everyone's
it.
gridded.
Needs automating. Oh, here we go.
Green flag, green flag.
Yeah, last few days I felt super exhausted.
Right side. Clear, right side.
It's weird because I've also been
Right.
sleeping well, which is weird for me as well. I don't normally sleep.
right side. Stay on the left. Clear.
Sorry.
Even Muscle, you're a fucking idiot.
There's an incident behind.
Why is he? He's not even involved in it. As you can see, we've got some fans in this race. Some big fans. We're loved in iRacing.
It's incredible. I should move 1 centimeter.
What?
You're in fifth.
100 meters. It's incredible. 100 meters. I don't know what was going on there. It's good. It's a good
Car
truck.
behind has gone off.
Not quite. We have to be selective of the bangers. These guys have better pace than me. Yeah,
Go right.
I'm like that with Brands Hatch. And Road Atlanta and Road America. I think it's also, once you've just learnt the track so much, you have so much raw pace just from knowing the track so well. This is the thing why sims are so good for real driving as well. Like even if a sim, doesn't matter what it is, Gran Turismo, AC, iRacing, doesn't matter what it is. It's like if you've absolutely memorised the track with a whole bunch of different physics engines, it's just going to make you so much better at it, right? In the physics engine of real life. So also, you think that drivers do that whole visualising thing? Well, they used to do it more than they do now, but that whole, sit down, visualise driving through the track, get into the mindset of it.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap.
A sim is just like a higher resolution version of that. Well, it depends how good you can meditate, but... problem I have with meditation, if I'm meditating really, really well, I fall asleep. It's very hard to not fall asleep. And I don't normally fall asleep, so it's the trap. There we go, we're getting into it. Got bloody shea butter all over my hands and wheel. Hope I'm not degrading my steering wheel. Someone Google if shea butter degrades plastic and rubber. I know Vaseline does. I don't know if shea butter does. It probably shouldn't. These guys have got good pace. I'm learning from them at least.
Just set your fastest lap of the session. The car in P1 just set the fastest lap, 20.529.
Well, I do have like 5 pairs of gloves. I like naked hands though. I like to sim race raw.
Thank you, bro. Gabriel.
They're just too fast for me.
Thanks.
Oh my goodness. They're too much faster to trail brake back through the corners. Speed axe, yeah. Well, one of them is towing the other ones. Although he's actually got away, so they're all just a bit fast.
Why?
The leader consider 20.7.
Bit loud. I know, it's really weird.
You're stupid man.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap.
I did 21.3 without draft. That's quite good for me. Why do people have such bad microphones? Bin shackled. Thank you.
You're in fourth position.
Has this guy got damage?
You're going into the car in front. The gap is 1 second.
Hello! We're doing alright with this, our first race. We're making some dance music. He definitely seems slow. It's getting fast again now. It's a hard knock life for iRacing. Oh, come on. One more lap, I think. Hello, Erico. How are you doing today?
Just next to fastest lap of the session.
Thank you. Thank you very much. But how dare you put a curse on us? Good luck equals insta-crash bin death. You know that. It'll happen. You got no milk. Do you really want that? You could just go out in real life and do that. It's called real life. And they even simulate police cars and speed cameras and bad drivers and everything. Also, really realistic crash damage and a simulation of broken legs done particularly well.
I think one more lap to go.
Thank you. That's more like it.
Just next to fastest lap of the session.
Oh my God! Look at these laps. We're doing all right, thanks. Do I race the same tracks? Yeah, we tend to. I race whatever's whatever I think is more enjoyable to race, and then we just do that. It's not specific tracks, it's just car track combos in iRacing. Some are more fun than others.
What the fuck's this fucking? I'm at go.
Oh!
Good win, Alexander. Nice win, mate.
It was close.
Chicken flag.
I thought you were slow.
Pressure got to him there.
Good job. Very good job.
We almost got a third. Let's have a look at the start there. It's good. That was good fun. Good, nice racing by everyone. We got 10 I rating there, I think. Beautiful. Almost bottled.
Good race, guys, GG.
There we go. Did we knock someone's nose off? Let's see. Right, he was slow there. We've gone in deep. We're well ahead into the apex. Yeah, we're a car ahead into the apex. Well, we've got like front wheel overlap, but that's that. We've won that corner. So I mean, we netcode his nose, but I don't think we'd won the corner. So, you know, if you're pulling away on the inside and you're that far ahead, the car on the outside car on the inside is going to understeer a little bit, right? Also, it's netcode. They actually had space. It's weird. Well, he his netcode. I think he was actually all right. He's actually in an all right position, to be honest, to not get knocked at all. Like, you can see our car's just coming off the line normally. Just yeah. That's how much netcode gap there is. That totally makes sense.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
But yeah, I said sorry to him anyway. That was it, really. The rest was it was just trying to keep up. We should make some house music rather than dance music, to be honest. I signed up to the next race. No, nobody likes it when I make music on live streams. I don't know why. It's almost like it's annoying listening to the same thing over and over again. This is where we are with it with this tune. We were trying to work on the lead thing. We got a bass line. go up actually. That's about as generic as you can get. But then we have this. Not happy with it. Hello. Geo 42 months.
ABDULPLs, ABDULPLs, ABDULPLs.
What? You get any more generic? This is Fruity Loops. Well, the bass, that sounds better as a bass line, I think. I don't know what's going on there. It's something. This is the new iRacing update. Maybe we should do like 142 BPM. Or maybe it needs more, but the beat could be. Do you need a MIDI keyboard? I do have a MIDI keyboard, but I just use keys on my keyboard. Hi-hat. Oh, get out! Fruity Loops is where it's at. Fruity Loops is quick to do stuff in. So that's all you need. That is a better kick. You could do stuff well speedy in Fruity Loops. Bet all hi-hats. Still don't like the hi-hat. It's not a good hi-hat. More cowbell. No, this is... I bought this. I bought it years ago. Shall we go insane? This is what insanity looks like. Let's turn that down a bit. How long we got? 15 minutes. need to make techno. I don't even know what I'm making it. We should just do a techno song. Well, we're saving that, and we're going to do techno because I don't know where that's going. Right, need some new techno. New techno, guys. Keep it simple. It's all techno. Techno, everything techno. What's a good techno drum? In flex. Right, what's a good techno drum, guys? Does that sound techno enough? It's pretty techno. Right, we'll start with, you guys can choose. 150 BPM, 160 BPM. Okay, we do 160 BPM, right? This is techno drum. That'll do. It could do with more of if we're doing German techno, it could do with more reverb on it, but there we go. Okay. You always need more reverb and compression. Okay. Right, what else do we need for our techno track? We're going to make the most stupid techno song here. That's the mission. Mission ridiculous techno. Okay. What else do we need? Do we just put a clap in there? No, we can't have clap in techno. We need hi-hat. It's already happening. It's already happening. All you need is a kick drum and a hi-hat. We've basically just produced the perfect techno song already. What else do we need? What else? What else? What would the bass be? We're trying to make the dumbest techno here. Every time I try and make techno, I always end up producing like some weird. I go too far with instruments. Oh, here we go. Perfect. Now what do we need? What's next? We can't go wrong. Can't go wrong. What do we need now? We need some sort of bass, don't we? Oh, I can't even think. 303. Does this even have a 303? I'm being as lazy as possible. Oh, Citrus will do it, won't it? But that you end up producing dance music. Hang on, do Citrus. I think this got some pre-done plugins. What we got? too much echo on it. I can never remember where the filters are on this. Do we like a chord? Random. On where? Right, 'This is peak music production right here, guys. Oh, I always do this back to front. What's wrong with me? How do I give it 10% random on that? I hardly ever use Citrus. Dark side of the prune. He's wanted to know if it... yeah, he's... He sounded better with 3 notes. It's too sophisticated. It's gone too far. It's gone too far. It's not sharp enough. It's too sophisticated, guys. This is the problem with techno. It's got too much echo. We deviated from this. It has to be more abrupt. It has to be more raw. This is always happens. You get away from the rawness. You've lost the essence of proper techno. It needs to sound like it was made from a sample recorded off a tape set. I think we've got a generic acid. There's an acid plugin in this. That's. Let's use the computer. Tools, riff machine. Here we go. Job's done for us. Oh, we need to... Oh, no. Just accept that. We need to make these longer. Oh yeah, you have to have the generic double kick at the end of the bar. Do, 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 do. This is peak music production. Right. Yeah, where are these? I've lost my drums. There's a shortcut to auto copy and paste across, and I can't remember what it is. But we'll do it manually. It's fine. We get this is getting there, guys. It sounds suitably awful, which is what I love about techno. I don't know, Josh Martin. I've not lined anything up. I kind of don't really want to do the travelling, to be honest. I'm like, I don't know. If I do, it'll be like a super last minute trip. But I've not lined anything up for it. I've done too many trips this year. I'm tripped out. I'd like to meet people that I don't see in Europe, but I'm not a big fan of going to America, to be honest. Here we go. For this 30-second beat. Oh yeah. We need it on this one. Is it starting to sound well good? Right. In my mind, at least. Where was the... oh, here we go. Is this it? We need to adjust this. Oh, why do I keep doing that? Okay, let's do this one again. This is messed up. Yeah, the kick needs some distortion and longer tail on it, but we can do that. No worries. Why is my riff machine not working properly? This is broken. This is Fruity Loops. Okay, we have 1 minute till our next race. I don't know what's going on here. This is what all the Germans are dancing to. I'm going to have to do this manually. Oh, we're going to have to do it bloody manually. This is I'm being forced to not be lazy. This is ridiculous. Oh, we could just draw it in and then arpeggiate it, I guess. This could be the song, just one note. The one note techno track. Oh no, why is it doing that? Yeah, but it's more fun not having any talent. Because then you don't know what's happening. Who needs talent when you've got determination? Not sure what's going on here. Right, this is a disaster, but it's fine. It's a good disaster. We'll come back to the disaster after a race. Beautiful. Yeah, everything works with enough drugs. In techno, with techno, there's a fine line between with techno. Well, Aussie, if I don't save it, let's be honest, there's nothing's been lost. With techno, there's a fine line between noise and music. Tim Bertley, what did you? Where did you share it? Oh, we'll have a listen of your song. Back to the apocalypse track we go. It's like nobody playing the F1 game. I know a few people are. Are people at? Do the reviews good for it? I've not even played it. I don't know if I can be bothered. I don't know if I can even be bothered to play it. It's really, you know. Who's Pondon? I don't even know them.
And Mel, I think he has the follow as well as friend.
It looks exactly the same. I mean, obviously it's Formula 1 on Formula 1 tracks, and driving games always look similar. But it doesn't look any different from Formula 1 22, and this is, or like Formula 1 2020, or whatever. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't. The same bizarre camera like suspension shake from the vehicles is still there, so it's obviously using the same physics. Yeah, it all just looks exactly the same. Just, you know, the graphics look the same graphics engine from the last 10 years. Same dull drivel every year. But I mean, it's not that it's a bad game. It might be quite fun to play through as a Formula 1 fan, and that's the point of it. So it's like a football thing, isn't it? But like the FIFA games, they actually have quite a lot of. I mean, I prefer the simpler FIFA games, but they have quite a lot of stuff to do in them if you're a football fan. I would have. If it was me, like. The thing is, Formula 1's not as big as football, obviously. But you would really like, if you see that Endurance Motorsport Series game, where it's like a management as well as driving, that would be way more suited to a Formula 1 game as a game for people to play, so you can choose if you're driving or not. Basically, F1 the game, this is weird, I don't understand this either. F1 the game should try and be Drive to Survive the game, right? That is what they should aim for, rather than it being what it is. because that's what most Formula One fans hate driving. Most Formula One fans have zero interest in actual driving and racing. So they don't even want to drive. They don't even want to see racing. They just want to see drama between the drivers. Formula One's such a bizarre.
Green flag.
It's such a weird sport from the driving to the fans. It's not even a sport. It's wrestling.
Here comes your third time lap.
It's wrestling, but then it pretends that it's not wrestling. So that's what's really weird with it. Wrestling is aware that it's wrestling. Formula One isn't. Oh yeah, but they alter it, don't they? That's probably the one thing that they've done is the career mode, and then they've charged a whole, because every 2 years, every alternate year they do the drive to the career thing, driving point, racing points, whatever it's called. But that's weird. That's not, the whole thing's just a bit weird, isn't it? So fair enough. Fair enough that they've done that. I think people like it though, don't they? So. Breaking point, that's it. I mean, if it sells, and if it's not crashing, like if the game doesn't, if it technically runs, and you can kind of drive Formula One, that's basically the benchmark, isn't it, for that type of game? That was the problem with WRC. Wasn't whether or not the game's actually. It was so many technical issues at launch. Yeah, the Codemasters physics is a bit weird. Strange, because EA have the ability to license an actual decent physics engine. Oh no! Whoops! Oh, we'll get the back here. We had this problem yesterday, Thea. Some like weird issue on YouTube. For some, I'm not sure what's going on. Just watch on Twitch if it's not working. We haven't changed anything, but YouTube's been a bit stupid. I don't know why. It's on my end. It's the way YouTube's encoding. It's on YouTube side. Started happening yesterday. It's how it's distributed, because I'm even watching it. It's a random encoder issue. Suki muscle. Well, they're not going to be using the same encoder settings I am, are they? So the point is, it was fine for, and then we've changed everything. We can do a quick restart of it, let's see. It's weird that it only does it after an hour as well. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I just refreshed it. Hello. There you go. I don't know what it is that it doesn't make any sense. It's because I've not changed any settings my end. I've not got any bitrate drop. I've not got any frame drops. We're also streaming to Twitch, exactly the same encoder stuff. So it's fine. And then since yesterday, occasionally YouTube seems to have this on their end, problems with encoding. But it does it after like an hour, which is weird. And then we refreshed it and it worked again. So I imagine they've probably changed their encoder. Some settings on their encoder on their side. Because they take the signal, they then re-encode it, and then they distribute it to a whole bunch of different servers.
I can't type now, but good luck to you two.
Time to wreck.
The estimated SOF is 2,272. Keep it clean. The DNF today would hurt our points a lot.
Yeah, I think we should use it.
Good luck, everybody in the race. Good luck. Have fun. Take it easy on 2-1-3. Thank you.
Beautiful. Don't get much better than that.
Still waiting on two
Good
cars
luck,
in
guys.
the grid. Waiting on the final car to grid. Green, green, green. You're on the left, 3 wide. Car right, 2 wide. Still there. Clear.
Man is just trying to kill me.
Car in the ass there. Vaseline did the job though. He's probably new to F4. He doesn't know this is Armageddon.
This is what the fucking got when you block just tight.
Nice catch, Gabriel.
It was fucking unnecessary.
of tea. Another cup of tea. Great tea shortage today.
There's an incident ahead.
This is a very hard track to overtake on when people are similar pace. Saved by the downfalls there.
Okay, let's go.
Well good.
New car flat for you. The car in P4 just set the fastest lap. 21.373.
All right, we're up 10 iRating. I feel a lot better today than I did yesterday as well. Like less brain fog today, which makes things a lot easier. Hello, Robin. Moosel. Game of Moosel. I love how ChatGPT got him. He can say muscle, but he can't say game of muscle. It's really weird.
Why you did this, bro? You fucked my race. You know you looked, just give the pace. Well done, you fucking dumbass. You're too bad.
Okay.
You are too bad. Fuck you.
Oh no. What is he saying?
Wait, what happened? Who's bad?
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. Welcome.
Just set your fastest lap of the session. The car in P4 just set the fastest lap. 21.29.
Oh, this guy's he's slow and also lagging. So we're very hard to overtake him. Slagging.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap, 20.882.
Yeah, the problem is he's got too much lag for how close you need to be to actually do a pass on this track.
Just set your fastest lap of the session.
Annoyingly, he's fast at this part of the track, which is the bit of the track where you can overtake on. He's slow on the bit of the track which is hard to overtake
The
on.
car in P1 just set the fastest lap, 20.675. Just set your fastest lap of the session. Car right. Clear.
Yeah. We went a little bit deep there. Merry Christmas. Nice.
That was your fastest lap of the session. Right side, clear on the right.
Was there a little bit moving in the braking zone from him there? I think there might have been. It's alright though. Good driving.
clear.
I just don't trust the... I don't trust the netcode to do the move there. I probably could have just gone up the right, but he's warping all over the place.
Right side. Keep to the left. Stay on the left. Stay on the left. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the right.
Tyre modelling this game. As soon as you start to actually drive at the limit, it's ridiculous. That was like good, actual good racing. Actual good racing. And the tyres turn off because you're at the actual limit, and then you have to push the brake and the accelerator to stop the spin. It's so stupid. Oh my god, that was fun. That was actual, a little bit of actual racing there with with the other car. That was actual racing, you know, where you're doing unproductive lines. He was squeezing me, I was squeezing him. Good driving. No, that was actually, the other guy was driving hard but fair.
You just got the white flag. That means one more lap to go.
Oh.
Go right.
Okay. Oh no, everyone's bidding it behind us now. Thinking of buying a Quest 3 for sim racing? You probably want a faster graphics card for a Quest 3, to be honest. Yeah, like you're gonna need, for a Quest 3 with sim racing, you're gonna want at least like a 3080 Ti or better, really. Quest 3 is basically similar to like 4K resolution in many ways. So you're going to want better than a 1080 for that. I mean, you can get the Quest 3 and run it at lower settings, but
You do, Alex. Man, good take.
It's over.
it depends what you know. If you wanted to get
Great
the
job.
absolute,
Did really well.
if you wanted to get the most out of the Quest 3 and have no stutter issues and have like medium graphics in games, you're gonna want like at least a 3080 Ti. If you're happy with running not using the full screen resolution, lower frame rate, lower settings, then you might get away with it, but right, look at this. So we had good racing with this guy. Just off. It's, you know, it should just be. We're barely on the. It's just stuck as well. You don't even think to counter steer it because it's weird. It's here. It's over the limit from this here. So you're like, well, and it's fine here, but the tyres are still getting warmer and warmer and warmer, and then, oh no, that's it. So supposedly they're swapping the tyres in 2 weeks' time, but this sort of situation is a really good example of the issue of the current model, where you're driving perfectly normal on the inside line, And like, yeah, sure, I do get on the throttle here, which is obviously what spins the tyres up. But the reason the tyres are spinning up in a situation where they otherwise wouldn't is because they're superheated, the rears. And then they're just, even if you come off it, even if you counter steer, you know, and then weirdly, you do the iRacing catch and that works. But obviously, that catches other people out. But that's the kind of thing that it's supposed to fix. Because in the real car, if that happens, you'll just snap counter steer. Or you tend to, if a car gets on the throttle and loses grip on the rears and that, in a real car, they tend to just spin around. You know, when you just see them rotate. Well, we're prioritising iRacing here at the moment. Well, no, the thing is, you're not pushing too hard into the corner. That's the problem, counter debate. Because we're actually entering this corner really mildly. There's no counter stick. So if this was, if you'd pushed into the corner too hot, you would already be counter steering here. Like you wouldn't be just turning in like normally. if you're pushing the corner too hot. In any other sim and real life, you would already be having to counter steer here because the tyres would already be starting to come out. So it's the irony with iRacing, when they're not in that flash heated state, you actually have more grip and more compliance than you have with other sims, which lures you into thinking you've got more grip than you actually have. That's the irony with it. It's actually more grippy than what you get from other stuff like this. Any other sim, if you were in a state where you're going to slide here, you'd be balancing the throttle and a bit of counter steer to hold the line. Also, look at this. Look at the delay. It's really weird. Right, look, taters. I'm an optimist. Look how they're totally fine. Even, right, they're actually totally fine on the acceleration. We're on the throttle here. They're totally fine. And then, heated, gone. So this is the other thing. If you applied the throttle and you'd spun the rears up in this situation, it would lose it immediately. It wouldn't be delayed and then wait for the tyres to warm up. It would be, and I've done this in a real car, if you get on the throttle too quickly on a tight corner or too hard, the car just instantly goes. It goes. It doesn't go. It goes. It's like really quick on slicks as well. It just goes straight away. If you throttle over the grip of the rears, it's not like that. It's not. I mean, you know, we are going 95, so there was a little bit of downforce maybe, but not really. Oh, well. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if that's... Because that would be a big thing. It would allow for a lot more close racing. Let's see how this guy lost it as well. Yeah, I mean, he's on the throttle and then dips a wheel. Fortunately, he's braking accelerator to catch the car. Let's have a look at the start here. I need a cup of tea, guys. Not really much. It's a very hard track to overtake. Actually, it's a tricky track in any car really, unless you go into like vintage minis and things. What does the brake and throttle thing do? It's similar to if you were to spontaneously move brake bias to the front 100% forwards. So what happens is when you push the brake it 100%, like you lock the brake basically, it locks the front wheels, but the throttle still puts force through the rear wheels. So the rear wheels end up spinning whilst the front wheels are completely static. So it basically just makes the car straighten up straight away because the back is pushing through the front. So I think it's then the geometry of the vehicle would normally be to stabilise the fronts. So it pulls the back in immediately if the back's got any slip. You need like a diagram showing the actual forces though. It works in everything. It works in every. It's a real world car behaviour. You can do it in real cars, but you generally wouldn't do it in a real car unless it was like wet conditions. Max Verstappen has done it on when it was wet in Imola. He drifted the entire final corner doing it because he lost the rear and then just brake and accelerator and the car just held its line. But normally in real cars you'd only do it in very specific situations because you can normally counter steer quite a lot in a real car, so you don't need to do it as much. But it works in everything. Like even works in arcade games as well. It depends on the game, but anything that's got brake bias simulated, or like not brake bias, but tyres, like anything that's simulating 4 tyres, sort of any SimCady title, it'll work basically. Yeah, it's a really handy tip, especially for iRacing or playing with it. It's really good for gamepad games as well. Like if you play Project Cars 2 on a Steam Deck or realistic racing games with a gamepad, it's a really good. It helps you catch a car. Well, yeah, the reason why you probably wouldn't want to do it in a real car is that it would, you're probably burning up the brake discs. The engine would be under load. It's probably not good for the car. But also you don't need to, really, unless it's like you've completely lost the car in the wet or something. But I don't think Mario Kart simulates tyres, so a lot of arcade games, they work by the car's a single tyre effectively. It's not actually wheels. It won't work on a rental car because it's only got rear brakes. So a car needs 4 brakes for it to work as well. I tried it on a rental car just to see what would happen. The engine on a rental car just bogs down anyway. If they've not got strong enough, they've not got much torque. Rental car's a good example of how much you can actually get away with on slick tyres. I mean, a rental car's got a different wheelbase relative to the size of the car. No, I don't do any real racing. I can't afford it, and I'm not. I would do like a sponsored thing if I could make a good entertaining video out of it, and I could do something funny, or I could make, if I could add value to something, I would do it, but I wouldn't do it out of my own indulgence. I've just done like random track day things. I don't think I'm as good a driver as Jimmy, to be honest. Jimmy he's done a fair amount of go-karting and stuff. And I think he actually wants to be a race driver. Same as Stephen and Jardier. I think they actually want to be race drivers. I don't really want to be a race driver. I'd like to drive different cars, but so I think Jimmy would like to actually race the GT3 in a 24-hour race, proper, not just like low spec stuff. You have to do that stuff to get to GT3, but I think he would like to do proper racing. Same like Jardier definitely would. I'm pretty sure Stephen would as well. But yeah, I'd like to. I would do a one-off race. Yeah, I'm just on the limit. I'm 6'2". Just on the limit. I have sat in some cockpits. Like I've sat in radicals and like random cars. And yeah, it's a bit of a I've had to put the seat on the furthest setting back on some cars I've sat in, but we're never going to see much. Well, don't say never, but it's unlikely. I would rather do. I'd rather fly a glider or helicopters or something. Hello. I think. From my perspective, motorsport's just a bit self-indulgent. I mean, it is. You can't deny it. Like drivers will say this as well. It's not. I'm not like. I'm not like revealing anything here. Any honest driver will say that motorsport is really self-indulgent. A trial helicopter hover challenge. Yeah, I'd like to do it. I'd be interested. I think I'd be somewhat okay because I normally have quite a good feel for that kind of thing. From what I've seen, the people flying helicopters for the first time, they normally just over move things. But I normally pick up stuff like that pretty quick. I'm normally good. I'm normally like slightly better than average at most things, but then I can never get really good at stuff. That's just like what I'm like with everything. It's like slightly better than average, but can never get really good. Zar Sagarsian, hello. Helicopter racing. I have seen people do that illegally. It's not exactly safe. But I don't think helicopters are taters. Like, to me, so helicopters just make sense to me. I always have done, like with helicopter games and simulators from when I was young, and just like that sort of floating around thing is just kind of makes sense. But yeah, I don't think a race car stood outside a helicopter scary, but inside it's fine. But cars I don't think are that bad. It would depend on the car. Like a F4 car be fine, radical fine, but like shifter carts I think would be genuinely terrifying. And also it would depend on the track. So if you were at like Silverstone, you could be in quite a lot of different cars and that'd be totally fine. Portimao would be totally fine. But if you were to be driving at Alton Park or Brands Hatch or some of these, or like Cadwell, that would be terrifying in even a slow car, right? Because the track is more terrifying than the car. And then a motorbike, I think motorbikes are terrifying. Motorbikes are absolutely terrifying. Because the thing is, in a car, if you've got a roll cage or a roof, that is a huge amount of protection. And a car's got four wheels. They're pretty predictable, and they're designed for people that don't drive at all. Like if you've done 50, well, let's say you've done 10,000 hours of sim racing and you can sim race to a moderate level, basically any car up to a radical is kind of a doddle, right? In dry conditions on a large track. It's only when you start getting to like F3, F2, and or like if you were driving on small tracks, then I think that's it, or different conditions. And racing again is a different thing because you then have all the other people doing random stuff. Even like the Nordschleife, right? It's sort of a meme that the Nordschleife is this sort of, oh, it's this crazy thing. Like people like to play it up, and it's like, actually in a road car, it really isn't. Really, like it's actually quite a wide track for a car that can only go 120 miles an hour with all the modern systems on it, crumple zones and everything else. The thing that is crazy with the Nordschleife, with the Toursfahrten, is all the random general public, the thing that you could have like random oil on the track. That's the thing. It's not the car on the track. Like you know, like a normal road car around the Nordschleife is an absolute doddle. Like anybody should be pretty fine around it, excluding the random traffic and the random guy that happens to have a fast car. I think I would feel yeah, it can be very expensive, but from I would be more worried around Cadwell Park than Nordschleife. Not for cost though, like, but for health and safety. Yeah, like Arleman TT. Come on. I mean, come on. Compare the Arleman TT to the Nordschleife, and Nordschleife's got Armco around it and everything. So, but I'm not. It entirely depends on the context, doesn't it? Like a 1960s Formula One race around the Nordschleife is insane. Like racing in traffic, like even you know what, like Steve Misha and Jimmy are doing, even in their like low spec BMW, right? Driving that with that many cars on the track and the conditions and for a long period of time and trying to actually be quick, that is where it starts getting like a, you know, sweaty bum time. Well, that's the real thing, isn't it, though? Like, the fact that they let the public on it kind of shows that it's not actually that bad, really. But the thing is, so this is the thing, it depends what perspective you come at things from, right? If your average person has not ever skied down a Super G slope, right? Or done like an Olympic slalom slope, or like your average person is not comfortable even skiing on a black ski slope, which is mild on the grand scheme of things, right? So to your average person, yeah, it would be like absolutely terrifying in that context. If you're someone that's done like a little bit of sports, like you've done a bit of skiing, do like a little bit of downhill mountain biking, you know, then it's a different context, isn't it? So it depends what you're talking about with these things. When it comes to, oh, how extreme is something, it totally depends on your experience. You hope they ban Misha. I don't know. Like, he seems like a nice guy to me. I think it's just, I don't know. He's annoying some people. I don't know. I don't really know him that well. I've never met him. I just, obviously people talk about him. I do think, well, so the thing is, the fact is, he is basically promoting driving reckless around the Nordschleife. Like, even if he's not intending it, even if he says himself, he's like, oh, you know, people should drive within their limits and whatever. It's not about him being successful. That's not true. It's the actual. So this is like it's the subtext of his videos. So even though I think he is a really good driver, and I think he's a nice guy, but the subtext of his videos is, oh, how quickly is he driving this person's random car around the track, right? And the point of the Touristfahrten, the open Nordschleife for the general public, is basically, it's meant to be, a member of the general public can drive their car much faster than they would on a road, generally speaking. Bear in mind, in Germany, you can drive down the motorway, the Autobahn, at whatever speed you want, but you can drive around faster than you would on the general road, but, you know, you're not really, like, absolutely poning it. It's kind of like a museum with your real car to drive around the Nordschleife, borderline cruising at slightly faster speed, and then, or you know, people do the cars up and they're driving smooth, but they're not absolutely poning it. The idea is that people are not absolutely poning it. The idea is car people can, and Germany has very strict car laws, car modification laws, and all this stuff. So the Nordschleife is a nice cultural meeting area for weirdo car fans to drive their car around a historically epic track, see if they what sort of where it does their car, tune their car a bit, you know. But it's not for professional drivers, really. It's not meant. It's meant for like, you can go around the track nicely. And the problem is, Misha is actually a decent driver, and when he does his videos, he's actually driving. He's obviously driving under his limit, quite a bit under his limit, but the subtext isn't that. So people watching Misha's content will be like, "Oh, Nordschleife, drive as fast as possible." Oh, and then he'll do a video where he's like, "Oh no, sadly there's been an accident, and this is, you know, whatever." And it's like, even though he might be being genuine, and he obviously doesn't want people to get hurt, and he obviously wants it to, you know, he wants it to be good. His intention is not to benefit off the downside of stuff. But the reality is, he is fundamentally benefit. Anytime there's a crash or anything happens at the Nordschleife, he will get loads of views on videos and people will see his content and he benefits from it, even though his intention is not to benefit from that. So it's not even about him being a good or bad person. It's the subtextual reality of his content that ends up then being problematic, which is, it's unfortunate. So, would I do an IRL? Maybe. I mean, I've had a few passenger laps around the Nordschleife. It doesn't really interest me that much. I'd like to go around the Nordschleife on a when it's closed. So I'd like to drive a race car around it quickly. I'm not really interested in driving a road car around it. I don't like road cars, how they handle and how they feel. They actually, I would much rather be in like a Radical SR3 than a medium speed road car, because this sloppy suspension is just awful. Bosh, that drift limits aerial atom, I would never drive that on a. I wouldn't dare to drive that on the Nordschleife. That car was so broken. That car was so broken, it's ridiculous. I mean, that was not even, in my mind, that was not an aerial atom. I don't know what that was, but that was so broken. And as someone that was the first rear-wheel drive car I'd ever driven, and even I could tell there was something a bit weird about it. I mean, the speedo dangling off on the dash was probably a bit of a clue. But, yeah. Yeah, the Misha thing is, it's unfortunate, because I think I've not met him in real life, so this is just off his content and people talking about him. I do think he seems like a really nice guy, to be honest. He could be a sociopath. He could be mental. But I think it's just a problem with YouTube, is the subtextual thing. That
the pace car is out of control.
It's like what I've said about YouTube reviewers. So like sim racing hardware reviewers, including myself. When you review sim racing hardware, if you review lots of hardware, the subtext ends up being one of, which do you buy? It makes a really big difference. You know, you've got to make sure you buy the right thing, or this thing's better or worse than that, and don't, that's it. Even if the reviewer is specifically saying it doesn't really matter, by virtue of there being hardware reviews and someone saying, oh, I like this more than this thing, it creates a subtext of an overimportance on the nature of sim racing hardware. So it's not even the fault of an individual reviewer or individual content creator. It's just the nature of media, the subtextual nature of media. Ryan, would I ever move in with a friend or let a friend move in so you could co-parent the child? Why would I do that? What do you mean? If I was married to them? I mean, I don't know. Like if they... So if I had a friend that had a child and they were desperate, something happened, and they needed help, then yeah, I don't know. Like, if something happened to someone and they're like, oh, they're really struggling, and you're in a position to help them, then yeah, I'll probably help them. But like, it would entirely depend on the. It would totally depend on the situation. Also, the friend, it depends on what sort of friend they are. Like, it could be someone that you know, it would be fine. In which case, it wouldn't even be a question. But like, so you might be friends with some people that you're like. It depends how close of a friendship you have, or some people you're friends with that you wouldn't want to live with them, but you really like spending time with them. You know. Same with like male and female friends. Like, there's female friends that I'm happy spending time with them, but I wouldn't want to get with them as a partner. It'd be terrible. Yeah, but it would entirely depend on the situation. Also, it's a big ask from a friend if they wanted you to co-parent the child. I mean, if you were already like the godfather to their child, then sure. But you've already agreed. Terrible. You've already agreed, haven't you? Like, or if you're good friends with someone, they have kids, and you're like, oh yeah, I'm a godparent. Then the whole point of that is that if they die or something horrendous happens, there's like a basic agreement that you're like, oh no, I'll look after your kids, and you would want to, because you'd have already spent time with the kids, so you'd already know them. So it would entirely depend on the situation. Men and women can never be friends. That's not true. I have multiple female friends. I think what it is,
The pace car is out of control.
Men that don't have female family, like siblings, like a sister, they cannot. I think that's what it is. I think men that have never had female friends growing up can't think of women in any other context other than a sexual one, which is quite sad, really. Well, no. Well, unless she's ugly. Someone doesn't have to be ugly. Like, you just because someone's a woman doesn't mean that you, by default, fancy them. Right? But yeah, okay. A lot of guys, this is straight guys and gay guys, will just sleep with anything. So for those people, maybe it's the case. But I don't know. I'm a little bit more picky. I think it's probably healthier. I don't want to catch like some random thing off some random person. I'm not going to sleep with someone that's not like really what I'm into. Wait, oh, they've got it's a woman, that'll do. Go see a doctor. No, I mean, I don't get why people are so desperate. I think it is a lot of people will be physical with people that they don't have feelings for. Well, no, but like what? Like I don't know. Like if you don't like someone, like if you don't romantically like someone, it's not going to be very good, is it? When you're like doing stuff, it's not going to be fun. Well, it might be fun. I mean, I don't know. I think a lot of people just perceive stuff as a mechanical action. So for them, maybe it's fine. It's not my. I like to suffer. I like as much suffering as possible. You have to know someone really well. I'm going to get a cup of tea, guys. I don't know, NF650i. I do think it's really weird, guys that can't be friends with women. Not that kind of suffering. Right. Let's get the cup of tea. Get Quali in here. What are you guys on? Guys, keep the chat PG here. Bloody hell. Hello. I don't know what's wrong with people. Some people need to go outside. Some people need to have some female friends. Some cotton hanging from my shorts, probably. I'm wearing with cycling shorts under them. Yeah. Hello, Jimmy Jones. Drummer Jones. I know you could be attracted to a friend. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but the idea
Green, green, green.
the idea that a guy couldn't be friends with a woman, or that a guy has to see every woman as just a romantic partner or a sexual partner, it's just really weird. It's like, why? The only explanation I can think of is that people they've not grown up with female friends, or they don't have any, like, siblings. You know? But also, there genuinely are a lot of guys, and women like this as well, that just, they sleep around a lot. If they're happy doing that, fine, good for them, I don't care. Just not my thing. Never like any opportunity. But I'm like, you know, good for them. Look, if the woman can't do a lap of the Nordschleife at 100% Newton-meter force, 7-minute lap of the Nordschleife, I mean, really? Can you be attracted to them? Let's be honest. It's not happening. It's natural selection. Like, look here.
One more lap.
You like me, I like you. But until I've seen you do a lap of the Nordschleife at 100% force feedback in 7 minutes with a car of your choice, I'm afraid we can't consummate this relationship. New Tinder bio. Now my thing would be drawing the line with you need someone with a really good sense of humour. Like, I've met like really attractive people, and they're just not funny. So it's like, well, that's not exciting. I'm not going to risk potentially having a child with this boring person. You know, if you're going to risk catching a disease or having a child with someone and get that intimate with them, they better be able to have a good sense of humour. Like, what? You know what I mean? Why would you risk that? That's like, if you're going to drive a car around the Nordschleife, it better, you know, you're going to risk becoming breaking your spine. Or bankrupt from crashing it. It better be a good car. Like, why would you risk driving a shitbox around the Nordschleife? And you could end up paralysed, right? Why would you risk it with a shitbox? You might as well do it with, like, a nice car. So, you know. Oh, dear. I think some people have been watching too much Andrew Tate. I think some guys as well are just super desperate, and they don't realise you can just, if you're really desperate, you could just go out and talk to women. Like, if you're not picky, if you're really not that picky, and, you know, you're not, like, you just go out and talk to women. They'll eventually, statistically, there will be a woman. If you've got like a low threshold for like, you don't need someone with a good sense of humour. You know, you're not too picky. You're just looking for like an average person. Just go out and talk to women. There's lots of them. Look, even Counter Debate managed to get a woman that lets him film her bottom on mountainsides. So imagine how low the bar is for her. Right. Well, no, so there's also asking... Oh, dear, this is the problem as well, right? So, you like, not being creepy about it is not hard. Yeah, exactly what Beanall said. So, what's appropriate is... If you happen to see an attractive lady, not when they're working, not in an awkward situation that they can't escape, and you'll be like, oh, hello, you're really attractive, or so. I don't know what the conversation would go like. I don't do this, but like you'd be like, hello, and then if they immediately, you could see if they were interested or not. You probably don't even need to talk to them. You could look at someone and you could be like, that person is not interested. I will bloody leave them alone. And, okay, let's say you really, really see they're really attractive and you're like, okay, well, I'm going to be it'd be a little bit awkward. Unfortunately, that's just how due to, like, stupidity of men having to approach women generally. You're like, okay, so it'd be, you're going to say hello because why not? But the moment you would be able to notice that they're not interested... Bloody just leave them alone. It's that simple. And then it's fine. And then it's like, oh, the other person would be like, oh, well, that was awkward. An ugly guy came up to me. And, I'm so good looking. I get approached all the time. But, they left me alone straight away. Or even if you approached a woman and then they weren't interested, and you just said, oh, sorry, basically, if they weren't interested, you almost apologise to them. They would very quickly be like, they'd probably feel guilty.
Green flag.
But, that's the thing. It's when guys just, like, weirdly hang around women and, like, weirdly, like, oogle them or, like, stalk them at gyms and stuff. It's like, what are you doing?
Stay on the right.
Like, also, a gym, most women at gyms are not going to a gym to be harassed by men. It's like the wrong context.
Still there.
So, you have to, like... The thing to do would be to go to like a club or something where you've got shared interests in stuff, and then, from my experience, weirdly, I've had women come up to me, so you don't even need to approach them necessarily. They'll just come up to you. Maybe it's just because I'm gorgeous, I'm obviously a very attractive, funny, shiny-headed man. But it's normally pretty obvious when well, actually, to be fair, I'm pretty dumb and I don't notice it when women like me a lot of the time. But, when a woman likes you, she'll make it very obvious. Like if she starts touching your hands and stuff all the time or commenting on... Yeah. My dating advice is as good as my sim racing advice. So that guy needs some dating advice. He clearly hasn't been out enough.
Slow car ahead. Go left. There's an incident ahead.
Yeah, I know, Beanle. I'm actually useless. Yeah, I mean, look, I'll be honest, I am absolutely terrible with women, but I'm just saying... yeah, no, I'm terrible. But I'm saying if you did approach a woman and then she's not interested, like, I don't think it's wrong, even if it was like an inappropriate situation. Like, you happen to... No, so if I happen to be out and about somewhere. I don't know. Generally, I wouldn't like to talk to a woman if she was... I don't go to gym. If I wasn't at a gym or someone that's working, you know... If I was like, oh my God, they're like the most beautiful person I've ever seen or something... If you just, you'd like be like, oh hello, briefly, and then if they didn't seem to have any interest at all, then you'd literally leave them alone immediately. Then I think that's like the least worst thing that you could do, and I think that's fair. I think you have to give a little bit of leeway there, and it's just like it would be the same for if a random woman came up to me and was like, oh hello. Well, first of all, I think they were trying to steal money off me, but then if I said, oh no, sorry, I'm not interested, and they left me alone, that you'd be like, oh, that's fine. Like, I've been to gay bars and I've had guys approach me, and, you know, I say, oh, no, I'm not interested. I'm not gay, but I appreciate the attention. Thank you very much, but I'm not interested. And they just leave you alone. You're like, oh, that's actually quite nice. Hell night. Thank you very much. Hell nice. Blessed by the Church of Force Feedback. Exactly. Approach women. Imagine a really buff gay guy, like a big gay guy approaching you and asking you out. Right, exactly. That is the perfect advice. Spot on. As a straight guy, imagine a really like butch gay guy coming up to you in the street and going, all right, you're really good looking, mate. Would you like to go out for a drink? Imagine that perspective, and then imagine the scenario where you would be like, oh, this isn't intimidating and making me feel a bit weird, and then do that, sorted. As I say, that's Dave. That was Dave commenting on you. That's actually really good advice, to be honest. But again, as we said this before, if you don't have gay friends, you've never been to gay bars and stuff, you might not have experienced that perspective, so you might really not understand it. I'm never going to become popular like Andrew Tate with this good advice.
Car right, clear on the right.
See, look, Dave Camp is always watching in the background, waiting. All right, do you want to come for a pint in the local pub? I've got to wash my hair tonight. No, but the guilty thing is actually like the thing of feeling a bit guilty. Like, you do feel bad. Like when I've had like someone come up to you and you're like, oh, no, I'm not interested. It is a bit awkward. Mostly it's gorgeous Ukrainian supermodels and Eastern European women that just tend to throw themselves at me, to be honest. And Dave Cam.
1.059.
Me and Dave Cam could never work because he lives in the wrong part of the country. Yeah, sleep patterns would clash. But yeah, I wonder if there is just a lot of like educational issues for young men in that no school is going to teach young men and going to go, think about it from the perspective of being chatted to by, oh, here we go. I didn't move out of the way, will he pump me? Probably. No, like, hardly anybody is going to go, I'll think about it from the perspective of being talked to by a gay guy, because that would already be controversial in an education system. But, yeah.
The car in P17, just set the fastest lap.
I was watching a TikTok thing that came up, and it had a guy like showing how to unscrew a bottle, or how to like pick up a bag and look masculine. And it's like, hang on, why do you care? Like, surely the least masculine thing would be to specifically bend over and pick things up in a specific way because you're worried how random people will perceive you. It's like, what is going on in your brains? Like, why? Yeah, how to sit, man. It's like, why do you care? Like, that is the most, like, just stupid thing. It's not even masculine or feminine. It's just really weird. Just sit down, whoever's bloody comfortable for you. Nobody cares. It's got to be a parody, that. But you do see, like, people taking those things literally. Yeah, you do get those eating etiquette things and stuff as well. You've got to wash your hair. Get out. Oh, no, if Game of Muscle said, I've got to wash my hair. Insulted you mean? The thing is, bald people still have to wash their heads. This is a weird thing about being bald. So many people assume that because you haven't got hair, you don't wash your head. And I don't know why. Like, you still wash your head. Like, you still got, when a person with hair is washing their head, they're not just washing their hair, they're washing their scalp, right? So I don't understand what those people are confused about hair washing or something. It's weird. The other thing, the other bold thing that's really weird is if you happen to wear a hat. If you happen to wear a hat indoors, right? Oh, we're moving in braking zone.
Still there, hold your line. Clear.
He's a back marker as well. Oh, no, he wasn't. I know he was. What was he doing? If you happen to wear a hat indoors as a bald person, people say, they go, oh, why you don't worry about being bald, you don't need to hide it, it's okay to be bald.
There's an incident behind.
Why are you wearing a hat? It's like, because my head's cold, mate. My head's cold. That's why. And also, I don't want to lose my hat.
4.4 seconds.
The weird assumptions people make for being bold is really weird. Yeah, okay, Dave can with the hat etiquette. But like a beanie, I don't know, I tend to lose, especially if I'm like Sim Racing Expo or something, where you're constantly moving around and it's a big trade hall. It's not like a sure, if I'm in a restaurant or something, I'd take my hat off, but like, you know, if you're in a museum or you happen to be travelling around, I'm on a train, I'm not going to keep taking my beanie on and off. I have to put it in my pocket.
The car in P1, just set the fastest lap.
Yeah, and then there's the thing of if you're wearing a hat when it's warm.
Just set your fastest lap of the session.
No, random call sign's all right. Like I don't know. So many men go on about their hair. It's like, who gives a shit? Just, you're fine. Can I wear your hat in a museum? Unless it's like a religious museum, in which case you might upset people. But you probably would have took your shoes off, so you would know. You would know that it's not hat appropriate. Oh, actually, some religions you do have to wear your hat in. It's all very confusing. Hat on, hat off, shoes on, shoes off. Yeah, I would protect. So this is the thing. Your head overheats very quickly when you've got no hair, and unless you are bald, you probably don't appreciate that. And you can actually get really weird, like brain overheating. and it can creep up on you. Yeah, you lose your shoes, so you want to keep your shoes on. Don't want to lose your shoes.
Just take your fastest lap of the session.
See, I still use Head and Shoulders without your hair because it's good for my scalp. Although, Dave Cam, you should try this. Gamer Muscle Special Shea Butter. I've been like slathering my face and head, which is my face is my whole head basically. Been slathering it with shea butter. It's so good. It smells a bit weird. Unrefined shea butter smells a bit weird. It smells like furniture polish, but it's well good. Skin feels amazing. They should have a 50% discount. But there you go. More bold facts. Bold life. Boldageddon. With anchor butter. That's a different kind of butter. It probably works though, actually. To be fair, olive oil butter is probably quite good. Like the Romans used to use olive oil to bathe. And coconut butter is supposed to be quite good. But shea butter's got a lot of vitamin A in it, which is supposedly particularly good. And it's also thicker, so it stays on your skin better. Doesn't dry up, doesn't like dissipate as quick as coconut oil. No, cocoa butter's fine, but cocoa butter's normally it's got more stuff in it when you buy it. The thing with the shea butter, I'm sure all these things are totally fine to be honest for the most part, but the thing with shea butter is it's literally one ingredient. So you know exactly what you're getting, and it's hypoallergenic. I don't know what that word means. This is after I did a bit of a research binge because I was quite happy with Vaseline, and then I was like, oh, actually, maybe there's something better. Northern man, wash your face with fairy liquid. He just puts his head in the sink. Surely you just use charcoal, bricks of charcoal to brush your teeth as well. Well, we're getting really big gains today. I totally forgot to move my brake bias back, so we're like 2/10. We're 2/10 a lap slower all race because I didn't move my brake bias. Oh well. That was a good drive. Was it 0x as well? 1x. Bollards.
Checkered flag.
Yeah.
Nice run. Solid work.
One of the things as well is if you've got curly hair, it's really difficult. Because yeah, curly hair's particularly, it's not a problem I've had, but I've had partners with curly hair, and basically they spend like an hour a day trying to deal with their curly hair, either straightening it, putting stuff on it, But also, they seem to like care too much. Like I think any hair's fine, you know. Even like frayed ends. They have like friends and they'll be like, oh my god, look at my hair, it's all like frayed. I'm like, I didn't notice. I did not notice. I'm sorry. I had blonde hair as a baby. One day, when I had hair. I think curly hair looks pretty cool though. Do certain countries, do people from certain places more like to have curly hair? Let's see. Because I mean, Scottish people I think have more curly hair. Don't know if Germans have more curly hair. Let's have a look here. Right. Which nationalities tend to have more curly hair? Here we go. Sub-Saharan African, Malaysian, Papua New Guinea, Southern Europeans, Italy, Greece, Portugal, Spain. I definitely noticed in Croatia a lot of people had curly hair, but that's I'd say Scotland as well. If I was going to say in UK. It's interesting. But like, what causes? I don't think I got hair type. The Andre Walker system. Type 1, straight. East Asians, Northern Europeans. Type 2, wavy. Europeans, Middle Easterns. Type 3, curly, loose and springy curls. Mediterranean, Latinos and South Asians. Type 4, coily, kinky. Sub-Saharan Africans. Is it, what causes? Is it like keratin or, yeah, distribution of keratin? Oh, hair follicle shape. Round follicles. Straight out. I don't have any follicles. What about no follicles? Tycolin, the TCHH, trichloroline, and RSPO2 genes. Disphide bonds. Hair is made of keratin proteins held together by disphide bonds. Sulfur links between amino acids. More disphide bonds is tighter curls. Fewer disphide bonds straight out. This is like hair science. Oh, is that why you can get those creams that you add to your hair if you've got curly hair and it straightens it out? So maybe those creams change those bonds. Let's see. It grows in a triangular tube. Legend of Zelda hair. Oh, there you go. Yeah, breaks disphide bonds. The creams. Sodium hydroxide, ammonium thioglycolate, calcium hydroxide. It's all about the peptides. It's all about the she said, he said. Ah, dear. Welcome to Hair Talk. I would, I'll be honest, I'm a little bit jealous of Red Eye Warrior's hair. I think he's got some of the best hair out of all the streamers. How much rating do we get? Like 5. 4. Woo! Big gains. Yeah, my beard's pretty straight actually, but the problem I have with my beard is I'd have some weird white hairs, but they're like randomly distributed, so I sometimes dye my beard. But my beard looks terrible unless it's like certain length. There's like that. There's a specific length, and annoyingly, it's not the right length for my electric shaver. So my shaver shaves it too small. But I need to get an electric shaver that does it so it stays. So every day I could just electric shave it at exactly the same length, and it'll always be perfect. I'm jealous of men with like really good beards. Some people have well impressive beards. The beard dye stuff that actually straightens beard hair out as well. I think it's the whatever it is that bleaches it. Probably it'll be the hydroxide, won't it? It'll be it will be what is it? What is it you bleach with? Your beard is trash. No, I'm not going to try that again, Cat and Debate. It was terrible. A hair transplant for beard? Yeah, I don't know. I would imagine hydrogen peroxide. There you go. Yeah. I wonder, like, how much when other people are looking at someone, how much of your perception of a person is their actual direct visual appearance versus how their personality is? And like, there's obviously a crossover. Like, if someone's like it looks like a jelly, you'd be like, well, you know, they could have the greatest personality ever, but they're still a jelly, right? But like, let's say you've got someone that's in that sort of middle ground. I don't mean personality in terms of being a good person and stuff, but I just mean in terms of how someone like moves, how they smile, how they, you know, that animation. But first impressions are also how someone moves around and talks and is friendly and stuff. So the thing I'm saying is it'd be interesting to know how much that skews outside of generic physical attraction, if that makes sense. And then also how much of that is actually within physical attraction. Because like 100% for me, like, I've met very, very attractive with like easy 10s, and they were just not. The personality was, and I don't mean like a sort of airy fairy personality. They just weren't smiling, or they weren't making like eye contact with stuff, or they were just dull, right? And it's just instantly, or they had like a dour face, instantly, just not even slightly attractive, right? So, you know, it's it'd be interesting to actually do scientific research on that. Oh, also, the other interesting thing is, you know, when people say, oh, this person has a big, they've got an aura, or, oh, you know, they've got the pop star thing or something, and everyone's like, oh, wow, look at them, and actually, I think a lot of that is not, the person doesn't actually have that, the people around them are creating that. So this is what you see with, like, some famous people, right? The person could be super dull and boring, and there are some very famous people out there that are incredibly dull and boring people, like surprisingly dull, but nobody really sees that because they don't actually know them personally. And but whenever they're in public, there'll be like at least a little group of people fawning over them, right? And what that then does is other people are then like, oh, they've got an aura, and it's like, well, no, what you're actually seeing is the weird group of people around them imbuing them with that aura. So like you see this with like those sort of cult leaders and stuff. The cult leaders actually got no personality at all. It's that there's a group of people engineering that aura, and I've not seen many things really like studying that to like try and define it, like how much is the actual personality of the person generates that aura versus how much of it is an implied aura by the fact that they're rich or they're famous. You know, it'd be interesting if you could divide that up and somehow like test it. Because yeah, as I say, it's really quite funny. the contrast that's like some very famous people are so unbelievably dull. So yeah, just be interesting. You can be more attractive in a group. But that's what I'm saying, Lee. It'd be really interesting to work out to what degree it is. I don't know Chris Hemsworth, but he doesn't strike me as being a weirdo, arrogant person, to be honest. Beano, it depends. Some people are just act super unique and that gives them an aura. Well, you know, I can't help it. Hello. How's it going? Is my aura unique enough?
Well, this is my normal voice.
There was something about him. I couldn't put my finger on it, but there was something different about him that made him stand out from the crowd. It was mysterious, though. Everyone else was looking at him in a strange way, but for some reason I was drawn to them. But I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but it was something subtle and difficult to tell. Big aura. Huge aura. Harry Styles. Who's Harry Styles? I mean, he's got... Oh, this is another theory. You've reminded me of another crazy theory I've got. People's names, right? The names. Bet, please hold. Names, right? Have you noticed that people that have like really wanky names or like certain names, they have that sort of the fame thing or like the like, oh, that's a big person or whatever. They always have stupid names or like how many Jimmys are there? Jimmy Fallon, Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Savile. Oh shit. But no, you know what I mean? And then in people that have like first last name as the first name, yeah, no, but Michael. Well, first of all, Michael Jackson was a great dancer and obviously put all his effort into showmanship, and they did a lot of showmanship. Michael Jackson would have been, though, all the people surrounding him that were dependent on his income, so they're obviously supporting him, and then, you know, they want to work with him as well. So that creates a whole thing outside of the direct, even if the actual inherent personality of the person's a bit dull outside of what they do. But I mean, that's a bit of a unique case, that one. But yeah, like names like you know, like stupid when people have like two names, or like they have like initials, like a J.R. Tolkien or something. You know what I mean? Or four namers, but they say the first two names all the time, or they demand that everybody has to say the bloody first names. It's like, no, I don't want to say all those names. That I think there is a thing to that. Yeah, a little bit of talent. Right. Yeah, well, did they make that up? But that's if you do that with your name, if you've got two initials before your thing, and that's what you're known as, that's really like pretentious, I think. So I'm gonna start calling myself JM Muscle. GM Muscle, I don't know. UK West, U.K West. I mean, that just sounds like a power network, doesn't it? Or an ISP. But this is definitely... Look at all the driver names in Indy 500. That's the perfect example. Look, Indy 500. They're all made up. GM West. No, but you can't be GM. It has to be like the letters also have to be punchy. So like J, K, J and K are like punchy. So it stands out more. I genuinely think some of these stupid things, like just the name and the name being associated with something that's already successful, or people perceiving the sounds as being authoritative, bizarre. I think those kind of like stupid things can actually be more important than the actual content and actual work that a person does. Like these sort of like really weird, what you think of it as completely inconsequential things, but they actually set the framework and the perceptive framework that then people approach something, which then makes people buy into it and then allows for the success to happen. Because people are that stupid. Humans are so dumb, I would not be surprised. James Musso, James and Musso. It's too soft. It has to be like Alexander Rossi. That's it. It's cheating. I mean, Willpower, is that his real name? I mean, honestly. Willpower, and he does race driving. It's ridiculous. Sounds like a 90s boy band. Marcus Armstrong. I mean, Armstrong is ridiculous. That's just stupid. He's got very strong arms from doing oval. Yeah, I'm telling you, there's something to this. I think Takuma Sato's the best driver name. Right, what is the best driver's name, guys? Let's work this out. I think Takuma Sato is up there. Right, list out the best race driver names. Here we go. Greatest real race car drivers. No, like, I mean, Michael Schumacher, it's not a very good name. Lewis Hamilton, boring. Ayrton Senna, boring. Juan Manuel Fangio, that's a good one. Alan Prost, boring. Sebastian Vettel, boring. Max Verstappen, boring. Fernando Alonso, boring. Scott Dixon's not too bad. It's boring, but it sounds punchy. Yeah, Scott Speed. That's all right. Jimmy Johnson. Yeah, Jimmy Johnson's a good one. Hang on. Takumi Sato. Jimmy Johnson. Scott Speed. Bubba Wallace. These are good driver names. Tony Stewart, Dale Earnhardt, Richard Petty, Top Now. These are all rubbish. Come on, guys. We've got Takumi Sato, Jimmy Johnson, Scott Speed, Bubba Wallace. Is Dick Trickle a real one? I keep thinking that's fake. Did you just make that up? Oh, it is a real... Okay, that's going on the list. I can never be sure with these. That's the thing. A real good driver's name has to be a name where you go, that can't be real. That's, you know, that's when you know it's a good one, because there's no way to tell.
The pace car is out of control.
Well, I've asked ChatGPT what drivers' names sound as good as those. Here we go. Lake Speed. Stingray Rob. Here we go. ChatGPT's doing the work, guys. Speedy Thompson. Speedy Thompson. NASCAR driver from the 1950s. Fireball Roberts. Come on, that's not right. These are made up. Tex McRae. A journalist. It's not a real driver. Oh, Gerhard Berger. Yeah, that's going on the list. Gerhard Berger's a legend. Phil Hill. First American F1 champ. Is that real? Phil Hill. Phil Hill. What's your name? I'm Phil Hill. Phil Hill. Phil Hill. Phil Hill. Oh, that's so stupid. That's so dumb. Phil Hill. Well, they learned with Damon. They were like, hang on, Phil Hill's a bit stupid, guys. Right, hang on, who we add into this list? Oh, Kimi Räikkönen. That's a good driver's name as well. So hang on, we're adding Kimi Räikkönen. Oh, Gerhard Berger. Kimi Räikkönen. Who else are we adding? Casey Stone. Nah. Tommy Mäkinen. It sounds too much like Kimi Räikkönen. Mika Hakkinen. Yes. I mean, David Coulthard's not too bad, actually, but it's not quite there. Right, I'm just going to get my food from the oven. I'll be back in a second. Beautiful. You guys are still coming with the. I mean, Sterling Moss. That's that's another good one. Sterling Moss. We're adding that to the list. Ken Block. I mean, it's close. I'm noticing a pattern here. Right, what? Right. So, let's see what phonetic patterns are with all these names. Positive consonants, hard sounds. Yeah, look. These names are all packed with plosives. T, K, D, B, G, and P. Takumi Sato, TKT. Scott Speed, SKTPD. Bubba Wallace, BBW. Gerhard Berger. Kimmy, right, that's what it is. You need a name that the commentator goes. This is, we've cracked the code. We've cracked the code, guys. If you want to be a race driver, you need a lot of plosives. Alliteration. Scott Speed. Full alliteration. Yeah. Strong vowel consonant alliteration. Takuma Sato. This is well good. My driver name is It's Mansell. And Mansell has overtaken for second place. Makuna Matata. Ah, look at this. European and American name mix. You're combining European sounding names like Hakkinen, Raikkonen, Berger and Moss with classic American style names like Jimmy Johnson. Euro names often sound technical, sleek and elite. American names sound bold, tough and iconic. Mixing these creates a cross-cultural legend feel. Syllables, short punchy syllables. We've cracked the code here, guys. Thanks with ChatGPT. Okay, make up, using these rules, make up 5 driver names. Are you ready? Here we go. Fictional driver names. Rex Thunder. Rex Thunder. Kai Volmer. Oh, here's a good one. F1 world champion Jackson Striker. All the way from Japan, we have the legendary Taco Matasori. Famed Brazilian driver Bruno Rage. Bruno Rage. That's a good name. Okay, give me 5 more. We've worked it out, guys. We've cracked the name code, and from now on, Nico Vortex. Give me a cheese vortex. Jetta Blaze. They also sound a bit like wrestlers from that 90s TV show, Gladiator. Well, this was a good use of deforestation to generate that. Did you guys learn something there? I'll have some Japanese fusion. What is Japanese Mexican fusion? Is that a thing? Japanese and Mexican fusion cuisine combines elements of, well, obviously it does, but what dishes do we have? Oh, that looks alright. Bit random. Awful. I don't really see, as I said this before, we don't really have much Mexican stuff in the UK. Obviously there's Mexican restaurants, but it's not like as ubiquitous as some other places. Don't know, I've never seen Mexican in Germany. I think I'm more of a fan of Korean food than Japanese, to be honest. Yeah, I think calling Taco Bell Mexican is a little bit offensive. Well, I do find it a bit odd that people will eat cows and things and not eat, and then get really upset about eating dogs. Personally, I wouldn't want to, but you'd have to recognise the hypocrisy. Also, I don't think dog is a particularly common food in Asia. Yeah, the halal thing's really weird. Like, you have animal slaughtering standards that are, like, obviously not adhered to as good as they should be, and things should be a lot better. But you're like, okay. But then you're going to go, hang on a minute. We have this one religious way that's objectively not the least cruel way to dispatch animals, but because it's religious, we accept it. It's like, hang on a minute, a bit inconsistent here. But my religion says to do this, so it's okay. Oh, right, fair enough. As it's your religion. What, any animals we eat that eat meat? Hello? It's Dario! Dario FR. I'm assuming the FR is French. Salut to the boss. It's, the FR is actually not France.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for the raid. Really appreciate that massive rained in our face. Are you a French channel? I'm sure I know you as well. I'm being dumb. Huge error. Don't follow, guys. Don't follow. This is the worst place on the internet. What if the FR is not French? Well, what's the FR for?
The pace car is out of control.
Formula Renault. Dario Formula Renault. Hang on, I'm confused now.
Green, green, green.
Look, we're a bit slow here. We've just been coming up with new driver names for people.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
What were you playing F1? F1. F1 25. It's Vaseline. We use it to reduce the pain from the penetration of other vehicles into our rear. It's worked pretty well so far. I have to say, don't steal my tips. Anybody that's come from Dario's channel, can you tell us how good his stream was? What sort of stream was it? Was it sexy? Was he topless again? Oh no, it sucked. Bloody typical. Well, that's good, because this one's probably going to match it. From one bar lowered to another bar lowered. We're off to Australia.
One more lap.
They can't be worse than my streams. I pride myself on our low quality live streams. I definitely think we probably are. Unironically, unable to drive that corner. We definitely are one of the worst sim racing channels. So I'm proud of that. Rhodesia? I don't know anything about Rhodesia, and I don't dare go there. The conversation. I'll go to the place. Isn't Rhodesia a fictional place? I'm so confused. Wow. It's hard as a live streamer. You've got to keep talking about stuff, and eventually, all you end up doing is talking about nonsense. Can't help it. It's a live streamer's curse. Did we give Mr. Dario a shout out? Oh dear, we messed our laps up again. This was a disaster, guys. We're gonna be starting at the back. We need to concentrate more. Oh well, it's been an entertaining race for you guys. Thank you, Novotny. Hang on. Right, let's turn Dario into a race driver name. Here we go. So we worked out the code for epic race driver names. So Dario, using the rules, apparently he would be Dario Ferron. Hang on. Ferron feels like a hybrid of Ferrari and iron. No, I think we can do better than that. Let's give him another one. Dario Force. Dario Fukai. That's his Japanese name. Fukai is Japanese for deep. It gives the name a meaningful and mysterious edge. Dario Portocini. Dario Franchetti. Yeah, that sounds more. It sounds more like an Italian thing. Right. Yeah, no, he's broken it. He's broken it. Dario's destroyed the code. I hope he's happy with himself for doing that. Well, let's go racing, guys. Put the brake boys back here.
The estimated strength of field is 2,070.
I imagine so. Like, I don't know what type of person raids this terrible place. Probably, yeah, I don't know, but maybe his viewers are masochists, so they might enjoy it. Yeah, we only stand to lose here. The strength of field's not very high. So this is, we have to finish in the top 3. So qualifying in 10th is not good.
Five cars left to grid.
5 cars left to grid. Ah.
Good luck everybody. It's really good to have fun. Please take it easy on the first corner. Thank you. Good luck everyone. Yeah.
It's my iRacing microphone voice. Here we go.
Okay, let's go.
Green flag, green flag. Car right. Clear, car right. Still there, hold your line. There's an incident ahead. Clear, go right, go right. Right side. Still there, hold your line. There's an incident behind. Clear.
Bit of an accident there.
Car right. Still there. Clear on the right. There's an incident behind.
And that's how you get to the top 10 straight away, top 7. Nice clean start.
Black car ahead. The leader's gone off. The next car's the leader. You're in 4th position.
Oh, in 4th. 11th to 4th in the first lap. Oh, you idiot. I've just had to... He's slow. I hate iRacers. He was not even vaguely close enough to actually be doing that overtake. Oh, God. Every time. Ah, bloody hell. Now we're probably not going to catch the top 3. He almost rear-ended us on this corner as well. What is he doing? Oh, he's got a penalty. What? What is he doing? Oh, it's not another troll, is it? Oh, it's another guy with an alt account that's going to just ruin the race. Oh dear. Welcome to iRacing, guys.
I'm hot, and you're not.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, pretty much, Thomas. There's a whole bunch of guys that just troll and wreck every race. It's alright when they're not.
Let's go.
It's alright. It just ruins the game, though. They have their own little dedicated Discord, and they specifically troll us, and then iRacing doesn't moderate it, so it is what it is. Great fun.
Okay, let's go.
The unfortunate thing is, if I do any normal overtake, it will just wreck us. So basically, race over.
You got a slow car on the left. Go right.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. Welcome.
The car in D15 just set the fastest lap. 21.2.
Mind the gap. Mind the gap.
How do I know it's an alt account? Because they are rated.
Mind the gap.
They're rated as driver 19 on iRating, and their safety rating is D, and yet their lap times are the pace that people that are typically at least 3K iRacers. So, I mean, it might not be, but it's very likely. Also, they're driving incredibly erratically, so it's quite likely. It might not be. It might just be someone that just doesn't care about the rating at all. But most people do. So he's intentionally sandbagging and brake checking, I think. As soon as if we try and overtake him, he's just going to drive into us. This game, it's just it's just iRacing, isn't it? Driven into me there. Now, what's he doing? Like, he's just blocking. Now he's reactively blocked there. This is ridiculous. Like, this should be... Now he's... It's honestly just pathetic, isn't it? It's just terrible. Like, why don't iRacing do anything about this? Well, he could just be very shit, but he's still just blocking and driving into us. Also, I'm pretty sure he managed to catch up with us, and then now just starts mega trundling. If you let the other car go through, you just end up with the same thing. It doesn't work. Also, I'm pretty sure he's specifically blocking me. It is what it is. It's a shame because we could have been racing the top 3 cars. Constant reactive blocking. Constant. He must be very close to getting a DQ. I don't know, Panda, but iRacing don't care, so it just is what it is. It's just part of the game. Well, the other thing is when they block you, the car behind's quite likely to wreck you. He's definitely brake checking. look at his pace. As soon as I get close, he starts brake checking us. I would wager pretty highly that he's intentionally blocking us because he actually has all right outright pace, and then all of a sudden, when we get close, starts doing like weird shit. Well, let's see what he does now. No, I'm pretty sure he'll punt us. Like, I would wager pretty highly that the punt is inbound. No, these cars have a lot of draft vision, so it doesn't really matter how quick you are. Like, it's just fucking ridiculous, isn't it? Actually, see what I mean? iRacing does not moderate it. No moderation from iRacing. It's intentional wrecking through the whole race. Yeah, I knew he was going to do it. And you see, like, how does iRacing not moderate anything? Like, this guy was obviously intentionally trying to wreck us the whole race, and then does this, and then because we're on the inside, and then just drives into us. It's like, and because it'll be an alter count. It will be an alter count, guys. Like, how many races have we done?
The pace car is out of control.
Honestly, you might hate me, guys. You might think I'm an idiot, and you might not like my criticism of iRacing. How on earth? We've been live streaming a lot. iRacing watch my live streams. Why aren't they moderating anything? What are they doing? Like, how on earth is this like? It's ridiculous. It's honestly ridiculous. The same people do this for years. Mr. Monroe, it doesn't make any difference. It doesn't make any difference. iRacing can see my live stream. They can see other live streamers. We've reported people in the past. There's a literal Discord of people that are specifically going around wrecking other people, working together as a team. They use alt accounts. They do not care. iRacing don't care because it's not a big enough issue. They let people have alt accounts. So, look, we've been through this. I'm not having the argument. It's not even an argument anymore. I've been playing iRacing for 15 years. This has been a problem. Even when you do report them, nothing happens. Like, sometimes they'll do stuff, but you shouldn't even have to. You shouldn't even have to report them. iRacing, like, you can go, well, streamers shouldn't be treated different. That's correct. But if you're a developer of a racing simulator, you would watch Twitch and you would see the top 5 or so live streamers. And if you saw, like, really egregious intentional wrecking in live streamers' streams, you would be like, right, we'll go on that server and we'll pit that guy and we'll put a notification on the screen so that then those people know that they can't do that. And it's not about making the racing better for me. It's about making the race better for everyone on iRacing. But even separate to that, this guy has a D safety rating. These other guys, every race they do, they're wrecking people. I know, I could name you, like, there's like probably 200 people on iRacing that do this consistently. there's like most iRacers are actually fine, and most of the issues is netcode. But there's like 200 or so iRacers that are a lot, and they say a whole bunch of them have alt accounts. And they don't do anything. iRacing do not care. I guess maybe if I make a video that gets, because my live streams are not that big, but if I made a video and kicked up a fuss, maybe it would get more views. But you know, I don't like to make videos on negative stuff. I don't mind being in a live stream. We're live, spontaneous. But you know, it's constant. You see it over and over again. I mean, I guess it's entertaining for them. They've got nothing better to do. It is pretty funny. No, it's taters. So it's not just the Formula cars, it's MX-5. Anything that's got... any vehicle that actually has interesting racing tends to have this problem. So it's any... You know, and why should you not... The Formula cars is one of the main reasons to play iRacing, because there's other sims for GT3 like LMU and stuff. iRacing's got good selection of Formula cars. Formula Ford... MX-5 and stuff, they're all really good. It's just...
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Thanks for subscribing, the 100 boss. Really appreciate that. It's bizarre to me that... It's just strange to me. I used to get a bit annoyed. I mean, I'm a little bit wound up. It's a little bit frustrated, but the main thing that's weird with this, right, it's not even about my race and what's going on for me here. It's because I get much better views. When these things happen, we get loads of views because everyone starts ranting in chat. So it's actually good for me. But what blows my mind is when something is so, like, bizarre for a developer to just ignore. Look at the race start. Like, I do not understand, even being charitable to iRacing, I do not understand how this isn't an issue that they... wouldn't be looking at and going, oh, hang on, guys, maybe there's something here. I don't get it. I do not understand. I don't think it is a crap game generally. Like, there's aspects of iRacing I really don't like, but the tracks are really nice. I like the force feedback you get from Marvin's force feedback app. Well, it's not my favourite force feedback, but I can generally tell what the car's doing. I like the audio in iRacing. I like the camera settings. I like that there's races every 30 minutes. I like there's fixed setup racing. If you've got a VR headset, iRacing is actually quite good in VR. You know, it's not that I hate it. Yeah, but nothing's going to eat into their profits. It's like, I mean, look at stuff like Formula One. You know, they never, you know. That's not how business works. Business is not affected by stuff. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe if I make a video showing all these things, but then the thing is, I've noticed with a lot iRacers in particular, but also often sim racers, they're really because you have to invest so much time and money, but mostly time, into driving sims. Anytime someone's critical about it, it really upsets the fan base. So you know, it really upsets them. So, and that defends a developer, even with an established simulator. Yeah, you know, you do just terrible, just another terrible. Yeah, for sure. I do agree with you mostly there, but there is also a specific issue with iRacing, with alt accounts in particular, and also a specific issue of the fact that you're paying a monthly fee to iRacing. Was his pass a good move? The issue with his pass, this pass was more an issue that we're both catching these cars. He's too far back to do a pass. Like, he's really too far back here. So I knew at this point, I just backed out the corner at this point here. So I didn't turn in at all. So I just left it totally open. But that's just from experience. Like, normally this driver, like this car, would have been full within their right to keep turning into the apex here, and then this car would have driven into the back of them. but I knew he wasn't. From where he broke, he was too far back. I knew that he would drive into the back of me, so I didn't bother taking the corner. But you could argue, well, that's a fine thing to do from the car behind to force a move. So you know, but I knew that was what was going to happen, so I didn't bother turning in. But it was to both our detriment in terms of getting with these cars, so that's why it additionally didn't make any sense. But you know, it's not the worst thing for someone to do. What was a shame though, if you do something like that, if you're going to overtake like this here, if this car is actually faster than this car, and has the pace to catch up with these guys, then fine, it doesn't really matter, does it? Because this car can then just redraft them. But if this car is very obviously going to then block you and do stupid shit, that's when it's a problem. Yeah. But I've played too much iRacing. I can tell pretty quickly when someone is gonna, you know, it's pretty obvious if you do a lot of sim racing. I think he almost rear-ended us as well at one point. Yeah, I mean, even this here is an indication to me that he's probably not. He's trolling, or he doesn't care, because, right. Why is he staying stuck into this position? There's no point. There's no point at all. He hasn't got enough of a run to go for a gap. This guy can move, and sometimes will move to the right, and obviously the car here's incentive is to defend the inside line, right? So, you know, you're like, well, hang on, what are they doing? And then he did work it out eventually. He goes to the outside. It's like, well, there's loads of space there and he can brake later, so it's a good place to be. I think he seemed a bit weird on his brakes as well, but I don't know. You played this, you reckon it might cause you to start smoking? Well, it depends what you're trying to do. Like, if you're just playing for, if you're just jumping into racing and dicking around, it's fine. But if you're going for rating, then you know, a crash knocks a lot of your rating off, so depends what you're trying to do. You know, it is what it is. It's just iRacing. As I say, I just think it is strange from iRacing's perspective that it doesn't concern the developer more. Obviously, some degree of this is often stream sniping and stuff, so you know, you expect that as a streamer. That's fine. No, no, I didn't say he wasn't trolling. No, at the start of the race, he wasn't trolling. It was just that you could just... Yeah, he didn't do anything wrong at the start of the race, in particular. But you can... I'm just saying, in the mirror, watching that, if you see a car that's, like, going for a gap and they haven't got forwards momentum, you know it's unlikely... Like, if it was me in that situation and I haven't got forwards momentum and there's a car to my right and there's a car on the left and the car to the right has space, the car to the right is obviously going to defend the inside line, right? So you know there's no point in putting your car in a position where it's never going to be productive. So I would have already moved to the far right hand side to take advantage of the braking, or would have been a little bit further from the car on the inside to open up more opportunities. So by the fact of what they were doing, which is limiting opportunities for themselves, not that bad. They weren't doing anything terrible there. But I know you know, if you're experienced at sim racing or racing stuff, you know all the different variables, and so you're like, you can see what someone's doing, and if they're not doing the optimal thing, you're like, well, you can then gauge where their sort of level is at for you to then judge what they're going to do in the future. It's like when you're playing poker. If you're playing a game of poker with someone, you can see the frequency at which they are playing and how they put what chips they put down for stuff and what hands they win and lose. You can then gauge what likely skill level that person's at. especially at lower levels. It's a lot harder at high levels. But like if you were to go to a random casino and just play with the random people, you can if you're reasonably experienced at playing a lot of hands, you can kind of gauge what people are like, what skill level they're likely at just from how they're playing, and then a whole bunch of like other mannerisms and things you can just pick up on. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that you could stay on the inside and it could work out. I'm not saying it's universally bad, but I'm just saying you start setting up an expectation, that's all. But then I don't know why he was blocking how he was here, because unless he was trolling, it just seems really weird. It could just be really bad at blocking, but it did come across as like intentionally and then especially the crash at the end. Because he had actually reasonable pace, and then all of a sudden he has terrible pace. iRacing, as Gamer Muscle sounded like he's going to be making excuses for the abuser. That's sim racing. No, I quite like it. I like the... I don't mind frustrating things though as well. It's possible though, 100 boss. A lot of people do that as well. But if I hadn't, you know, if iRacing didn't have people with alt accounts, if I didn't know, like, so in the past I didn't realise that there were like these weird cliques and groups of people that specifically join and then troll other drivers, and you know, if I didn't know about that, then I'd be less skeptical of these things. But it is what it is, you know. It is what it is. Different Formula Ford. Well, yeah, no, times of day, it depends as well. So there's different times of day, different series, and different types of racing. You get different cliques. So, like, Skip Barber had like a really annoying clique. Skip Barber had a really annoying clique of drivers in it that were just super obnoxious. You also, a really funny thing with iRacing is you get drivers that aren't particularly good drivers, but they memorise how to drive one car in iRacing, just one car, like a Skippy or F4 or MX5 or whatever. There's nothing wrong with that, you know. Like, what is that? But then that's all they drive, and then they get comparatively really good at that one thing, and then they act as if they're like Michael Schumacher to anybody else in that race series and new drivers in that race series. But well, all it is that they're actually pretty shit drivers. They've just learnt that one car. So they should be a bit more humble, you know? Like, they've learnt one car in one simulator and then think that they're Michael Schumacher. It's like, well... That's quite a common thing in iRacing, because it's such a demanding sim in terms of how precise you have to be to avoid spinning and stuff. But it's alright. We're going to do another race. I need another cup of tea. If this guy didn't outright wreck us at the end, it wouldn't have been so bad. What do you mean, Dave? Dave Deja. And like, the other thing is, you overtake someone with them making a mistake, safe overtake, and then we've had this happen to us like multiple times now. Because I'm driving particularly cool. Well, we have done some dumb stuff, don't get me wrong, but we're driving very cautiously. And then you overtake people nicely, and then, you know, not that I haven't done dive bombs, but this is a ridiculous dive bomb to make. Like, this is just so dumb on so many levels, because if you do right, first of all, he's intentionally come off the corner, which is just stupid, and then it makes sense to go for a late dive bomb up the inside on this corner. I don't think that's too unreasonable, because it can actually work. Even if you're pushing the car off, it can work. But a dive bomb round the outside and then turning in, it's just stupid. It's so dumb. And he's not even... He's rejoined the track. And then locked up, and then he's never making the court. Like, it's insane. And then why am I the one that gets the pump from that? Dive bomb from the off track. It's a traditional iRacing last lap. Traditional move at this track. The off track, pit lane, onto track, outside to inside dive bomb overtake, which iRacing thinks is textbook race driving. I can't really see any problem with that myself. I don't know, it's debatable. You have to look closely. You have to look closely to see that. Let's just save a replay of it so we can report him if he's consistently trolling us. This guy needs to play some Flight Simulator. He's not a 1.6k driver, because that type of dive bomb, right? An actual 1.6k driver. This is why I think it's an alt account. A 1.6k driver does not do that. Well, we'll report him. We'll report that. If he does it again, that's the bribe tape. Yeah, exactly. I've never seen a 1.6k driver. They wouldn't... So basically, until you get to like 2.4k, if that's an actual person's rank, they normally don't have like basic braking technique. At 2k, someone normally doesn't have basic trail braking technique. They normally find it hard to handle the car when it gets oversteer off the road. They normally don't know how to not have the car spin when you lock up with the tyres in iRacing's broken tyre physics thing. So maybe Star Fox. I get a cup of tea though. It's all good. That's another driver to go to the gulag. It's good footage though for my video. We've got like hundreds of these clips. You guys should see my folder. We have how many clips do we have now with all this crazy stuff in iRacing? We have how do you see the total? Honestly, I have like 2 hours worth of this. We could just upload a video of all these crashes, of all these clips. Right, we have 214 clips. 214 ridiculous crash incidents. Let's take off. Let's be generous and say take off half of them. We have at least 100 clips of absolute outright egregious moronic driving from people. Yeah, we can produce the most epic iRacing crash cinematic 90-minute from 20-second clips, 90-minute crash montage. Yeah, we have reported people, but it doesn't. Unless someone's like being racist on voice chat or driving around the track in reverse, iRacing are generally quite reluctant. And again, as other people have pointed out, it's kind of absurd that iRacing, which is a very reasonably profitable simulator, where people pay a monthly fee and a content fee, that they don't have better systems for reporting, and that, you know, it should just be you click on the name straight away. or they should have some automated systems by now. Before they did the weather system, they should have had other systems in place that make it easier for them to detect bad drivers. And there are some very simple things that they can do. There's some complicated things. There's also simple things. So it's, you know, that's the thing. But it is what it is. It be what it be. I don't know how. As I said, I think it's a minority of drivers. I think iRacing is actually really lucky that most people playing it are actually really quite careful drivers. They're actually. If you were to compare iRacing to like Counter-Strike or Call of Duty and stuff, they're very lucky that most of the player base are old people that are boring. If iRacing actually got more popular, they'd have a much bigger problem. Also, because iRacing is so hard to fundamentally drive for newer drivers, a lot of people are struggling to just not crash, and then they think that's what driving is. So a lot of people playing iRacing are crashing themselves off and blaming themselves. If you think, probably only the top 3 splits in like a lot of the series, probably only the top 2 splits have drivers that are actually driving like semi-decent, right? And so then there's like 5-6 splits of people that are fundamentally not vaguely driving at all, like actually at the limit. So all those drivers are not going to notice stuff. So they benefit from that. A lot of driving games can benefit from that. Like you can market you can go, well, we've got a realistic sim, it's super realistic. And unless you're like moderately good at driving, which most people aren't, or they just haven't had the time to learn it. I'm not saying it's a special skill. No, people don't notice. That's also the same with those driver experiences where they're absolute shit and they go, oh, it's a Formula 1 car driver experience. I'm not talking about the proper ones at Paul Ricard, but like there's a bunch of driver track day experiences and the cars are like absolutely shit. They put like road tyres on the car or something, and then they have coned off parts of the track, and then they only let people drive in certain gears, and it's like, well, you're not actually, you're not really driving the car, but people will do it, and they'll all be like, oh, an amazing time, oh, it's amazing, which is great for them, but they weren't actually driving the actual car. It's really funny, but on one side, if the customer's happy and the business works, and it's very hard to make a profitable business out of motorized stuff. So I'm not even knocking the driver experiences because it's a very hard thing to make money from. But it's just funny the disconnect. Ryan the Afroraptor, there's a fundamental relationship between how popular a multiplayer game is and how many disingenuous people show up to ruin other people's good time. I never played Sage. Oh, I need a cup of tea. Yeah, I'm just gonna grab a cup of tea, guys. I'll be back in a minute. Absolutely dying for a tea. Got to have tea. Hello. Oh, we could do some oval, actually, yeah. We haven't done oval for ages. It's a shame getting 7k in oval is going to be actually impossible. That is something I don't think I could do. Well, maybe... Oh, I don't know. I think it's... That's the wrong one. I think it's particularly hard to... It takes a long time. Like, I don't think you can grind oval rating that easily. I don't have raw pace at oval either. So guys, just got to check an email here. Don't mean to be rude. I'm in biscuits. Okay. Please be rude. I need to clone myself. If I don't check emails through the day, it's like we end up with email mountain. I'm going to train an AI to sift my emails. I don't want AI to answer my emails, but I want an AI to sort them by priority, and that'd be good. Cheers, everyone. You're going to warm up some pasta from yesterday. Nice. It's probably... Is it mouldy pasta? Hello, John. It's all right. Yuki Kamori in 20 is in here. That's a race driver name. Nice. I need to do some tidying in here. Sort this room out a bit more. Brake bias as well. To remember to set that further back. I'm going to do a prediction for this race for you guys. Top 5. Okay. He's dead. There you go. That is brutal, isn't it? If you had your hands in the way of that. DD murder. Right. Look at this. Straw. There should be more straw on racetracks. I do like a bit of straw. Or hay. What's the difference between straw or... What's the difference between straw and hay? Straw pole. A pole made of straw is probably not going to be very strong, is it? Also flammable. Yeah. I mean, when I do real world activities, I'm very passive in general. I just stay away from people.
Green flag, green flag.
Ah. There we go.
Okay,
Thanks,
here comes
Necro
your
Dogs.
first time lap.
Oh, a beer would be nice. A good, like, proper beer. I walked to Tesco's on Monday and I was like, yes, I'm going to buy some non-alcoholic beer. I'm well excited. And it was bloody bank holiday. I forgot. I don't take bank holidays. I mean, I don't really take any holidays. Like, for me, if I do, like, a random influencer trip, that's kind of my holiday. Even though I'm technically working still. Yeah, well, that is true. I wouldn't say I have a hard life. I mean, some people though, some people I don't think could cope with doing like regular 10-hour live streams. A lot of people would find that really hard, I think. I don't mind it. I enjoy doing it. That's why I do it. But like, if it was if I found it as like work, I think it would be really hard. I would do something else. Concentrate, yeah. I'm quite good with my rubbish these days. I don't tend to have that. The only rubbish I have is cardboard boxes for sim racing equipment. But I buy like way more food that's not in packaging. The worst thing I have for rubbish is milk cartons. That's it, really. You did a 12-hour shift from 6 p.m. It depends what your job is, though. Like, it's really weird what can feel like a long time and what doesn't. Like, I worked at McDonald's when I was a teenager, and it didn't feel too... When I was doing cleaning and stuff, it didn't feel too bad. But when I was on the till, it was quite tiring. Morrison's Bakery was absolutely terrible. That felt like an hour at Morrison's Bakery felt like a week. I hated that. I only did that job for like, I think I lasted there 2 weeks or something. To be fair, I had to cycle like 8 miles to get there as well. So that sucked. But... yeah, that was bad. So it depends on the job. Bottling plant. What are you doing? trigger easy. What do you mean? I kind of trigger easy. I don't think you might not have noticed, but we're doing a live stream here where we have to be somewhat entertaining, otherwise everyone falls asleep. There might be some exaggeration in a live stream, just in case you hadn't noticed. Oh dear. Active. Oh look, we qualified in 4th. Not too bad. I used to do. I like doing the cleaning at McDonald's. They have a big sink and then a big sprayer, and you just wash all the stuff down. And doing the clothes, a lot of people hated that. You had to Ajax all the metal and wipe it all down, wash all the surfaces, clean the grills and stuff. I didn't mind that. Cleaning to me is actually not that bad, especially in a McDonald's. You're not like cleaning up human waste, so it was all right. I'm not sure if being a barrister, maybe that'd be all right. I don't mind talking to people. A barrister, you know what I mean? Barista. Barrister. It's weird that barrister and barista are very similar sounding words when they're completely different. Imagine wanting to be a barista and accidentally training to be a barrister, and you're like, wow, this is a lot of work to serve coffee. Yeah. That's a dyslexic joke. Yeah, there's a dyslexic joke in there. I wanted to work in a coffee shop, so I changed. So I trained to. I'm severely dyslexic and always liked working with people and talking to people. So I wanted to work in a coffee shop. So I decided to train as a barrister. I found it really difficult. There's a joke somewhere. I've ruined it, but yeah, there is a. This is why I'm not a comedian. We'd need some crafting on that. Boo! Boo!
The estimated strength of field is 2,214.
What would I be doing if I wasn't doing YouTube? I don't know.
Clean. The DNF today would hurt our points.
I'd probably still be doing games development stuff. I'll be designing terrible games.
Still waiting on 2 cars to grid.
I'll be suffering games development. I'll probably be homeless. Yeah, exactly. I have a robot maid. Does all my washing. Oh, here we go.
Green, green, green. Car right. Stay on the left. Clear.
I'll be laid off by... Well, I wouldn't want to work for a large studio. I mean, I think from what I've seen... Oh, bloody hell. Codemasters be brutal. Although, actually, in the past, they had The good thing that Codemasters used to do is they actually had quite a good employee program for like new people to get into games industry. Like they wouldn't be the best jobs, but they actually had quite a good program for people to get into the games industry, which a lot of companies didn't do. So I'm sure they got rid of that, but I'm talking about in the 2000s here. Well, the thing is, so with game studios, they keep their name right, but if you've replaced all the staff in a game studio, is it really still the same company, you know? So, with Codemasters, they've had so much, you know, if you were to think of Codemasters, you'd be thinking, oh, Colin McRae Rally and or even Dirt Rally or whatever. Well, that's a long time ago, and the people that worked on those are not really working there anymore. So, yeah, devs of Theseus. I'm surprised. I'm always surprised by how much consumers don't seem to realise that. Like with the Call of Duty games, when the core map designers and gameplay designers have left, it's no longer the same studio at all, even more so with games than anything else, really. Like, people would notice it with films. They'd be like, oh, hang on a minute, it's a different director, okay. So you'd be like, oh, is it, you know, you would notice, right? But with games, people are like, oh, it's EA, it's DICE. It's like, yeah, not really. Like, not only has the management swapped, all the staff have changed. Everything has changed. The funding, the structure, the offices, it's been developed in a different country.
That was your fastest lap of the session.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened with the Bizarre Creation stuff, to be honest. Like, there was a whole thing as well with first-party racing games and funding with like so like Microsoft, for example, wouldn't necessarily want multiple racing games that are the same game, because they want their first-party, their Forza, for example, to be you know, that's the racing game. They don't want it to be like, oh, hang on, it's got Forza and Project Gotham. Hang on, they're both the same, but they're not. Which is which? So I think some of that shenanigans happens with these things. And then also, with Bizarre Creations, a lot of their staff ended up just moving to, you know, they stay in the same industry and they just work on the other company's driving game.
Bandera azul, bro.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap, 20.995.
MSR is really good. I played that a lot on the Dreamcast. The Dreamcast controller was good as well. Can't be honest, it's gone. The Dreamcast was one of the first controllers that had pretty good analog triggers on it, with a reasonable amount of depth to them. Yeah, it was the same. can't remember what game they did before MSR.
Thank you.
I think the thing with PGR and MSR that was really good wasn't even necessarily the handling and stuff. I mean, the graphics was really good in PGR, but the just the general presentation and the music of the games was really quite nice. I think, unfortunately, with games getting more complicated, it's a lot harder to then engineer a specific presentation out of them that's really consistent, and it's a lot harder to polish the presentation into a desired result. Like, the stuff gets locked in so early that it's a lot of work to rework user interfaces and theming, and you know. So when PS2 era games were of a size that it wasn't too complicated and the feature set wasn't too complicated, so you'd be like, well, you know, you'd have like 12 levels, 12 to 15 levels, 10 to 20 cars, 5 or 6 different mission types. You know, it's the kind of thing that you can then have a nice, relatively simple game menu, and then it gives you a lot more freedom for theming it and making it look nice, and not being bogged down in features. I do think Forza's menu is a little bit cluttered, but I quite like how it's presented. There's a lot in that game, so I think they've...
Car in P1 just set the fastest lap, 20.932. The car in P4 just set the fastest lap, 20.714.
Oh, we got a fast car behind us.
Car on your left.
Why is he going for the overtake?
Still there,
here?
hold your line. Clear on the left.
Like, if I didn't lift out of that... I mean, to be fair, he had got alongside, so I kind of had to anyway. I'd lost the corner. So, fair enough. It was clean from him. He is faster than us. Can't really complain.
Car right.
You idiot!
Clear on the right.
Why? You're a back marker. Why?
You've got wheel damage.
What a moron. Guys that play this game. If you're a back marker and you go wide into the corner, why turn into the cars that are racing? Jesus Christ. No, it's someone else. I just don't get it. If you're a back marker, just pull over. Like, I know you don't have to, but if you're never going to unlap yourself in 11 laps. You're better off following behind faster cars and seeing if you can keep with them to learn how to drive better. Well, I think they need to put the Richard Burns Rally. Hello, Channel VR. They need to put Richard Burns Rally driving school in every game. The problem is a lot of people don't understand that race cars are driven in slip. That's how you drive. A car should be in like drifting. Everything is drifting. All racing is drifting. All driving is drifting. A lot of people don't know that. And so you have to teach that to people. You can't just say that and move on. Like, basically, unfortunately, iRacing doesn't really allow you to do it properly. You kind of can. Like, when you're trail braking, you're steering the car through the brake, so you're using slip to turn through the corner. You're not using the angle of the front wheels to turn the car. So if you're driving, even in a Formula car, well, let's say most race cars, that's like fast cars. If you're going through a corner, you're not going through like a train, like a train driving it. You should be having there should be a slight bit of angle, and you should be holding that slight bit of angle. To go through the corner faster. Like a tyre has peak grip when it's actually in a bit of slip. Well, I mean, the tyre's always in slip, but yeah, like basically imagine like a full-on drift, like a rally car going around a corner. All cars are actually driving corners like that. It's just smaller and smaller degrees depending on how much grip the tyre has on the surface and the type of tyre. But basically, if you're driving quickly, you are holding slip like the back slightly out from the front of the car, and the car's sliding through the corner. And ideally you're balancing that mostly on the pedals.
Last lap.
But that type of driving in slip, for initially it's on the brake pedal. So initially you're holding that amount of slip on the brake going into the corner, and then you transition to holding that slip on the throttle pedal out of the corner, which is exactly what you're basically doing that in a drift car. It's just in a drift car you're doing it at like way wider angles, and you're setting up the car more into a bigger slide. But it's due to like a whole bunch of weird subtle stuff, like the tyre wall, the tyre compound, the geometry of the whole car, the car as a whole. There's a whole bunch of stuff that makes it that having a bit of angle through a corner ends up being faster. And then also you have the benefit that the more, if you've got angle, you can
Left side. Car stopped ahead.
if you've
Right
got
side.
angle, you can get on the power sooner.
There's the
because
flag. It's over.
like, so if we go to this corner,
Good job. Very good job.
it's not really a perfect corner for this. But if you've rotated the car, so if the car's rotated, right, your car's then it's quicker for it to then be. If you're doing this, you're driving around here. But if the car is actually, if the car's more like this, as you've gone through the corner, you can actually get the power down in the direction that you want to be the momentum to go. Obviously, you know, there's balances. Like, so in a rally car, because the road surface is so loose and it's so slidey, not modern rally cars, but like 90s rally cars, 2000s rally cars, because the surface is so slidey, you can use the momentum to be doing the majority of the corner, and then the car's angled in the direction they want to go, and then when they put the power on, the power is then being directed in the direction that the car wants to go. You're not using power to continue the corner. You've already used that energy. The previous entry into the corner has been used. That energy is being used. That's continuing on, and you're not having to use the throttle for that. So you then you've angled up, and then you can use the throttle and the energy from that to. That's probably a really bad way of putting it. Modern rally cars are insane now, so. Yeah, it's weird that even motorbikes, they will be holding like relative slip from the front and rear of the bikes, which is crazy, really. But I don't trust bicycles. I think it's CGI. We need to try the new AC stuff out here. What are we on here? What's 14 plus 16, guys? To be at full throttle for as long as you can. Well, yeah, as much throttle as much as you can. But then that would then depend on the power to grip ratio of the car. So it's not really the throttle, is it? It's you just want as much you want as much acceleration as you can, rather than throttles like. I get what you're saying. Oh yeah, that was pretty obviously 30. I'm so dumb. I see what you're saying. I should like try and make some like graphics to explain this clearly, because I've not seen any graphics that explain this. Like I've seen people talk about it, like they're going like holding slip through corners. People talk about it, and they show videos of them driving, right? But they don't show a top-down 2D graphic that explains the angle of the car. So you'd want the angle of the car, and then you'd also want something that explains. So you need to explain the concept of a tyre and its peak grip and how slip curves work. So that would be a different lesson. But you'd need to explain that. But then you also need to explain why a car at angle actually is faster than a car that's not at any angle, and what the actual specific variables are that define why more or less angle would be good or bad. But it is weird that more games don't really do that. It's weird that like even YouTube videos, driver coaches, or even engineering videos don't explain this. Which is bizarre to me, because I'm not a coach or anything, and this is the first thing that I would want to explain if I was doing that. See if there's any graphics online. Right, okay, whose video is this? Slip angle through corners. Let's see. Let's give it a review. Who is it?
If you feel like you're doing all
Danny Lee!
nailing all the apexes.
Danny
hitting all the
Lee.
marks, look at this
Flub.
fairly pushing your note.
Right, no,
like
no,
this,
no.
Slip drifting, but in an amount that's almost unseen. Mastering the concept of slip angle is one of the cornerstones of
Okay,
the road.
fair enough.
It benefits really into is a Skip Barber book, which I refer to often for faster than resource.
The old,
and this is
the old driver coach thing of regurgitating Skip Barber going faster in video format. the driver coach tradition, that.
Definitely time reading.
I mean, information that's true.
Describes how many
Here we
degrees
go.
difference there is between.
Okay, he has got a top-down view that's quite good there. What's this on?
Between where the tyres are angle it's and it's worth your time. Brilliant bedtime reading. In simplified terms, slip angle itself
can't show his video.
describes how many degrees difference there is between where the tyres are facing and where the
he's
track
explaining
is
what
going
slip
as you
angle is.
drive along.
Great.
In other words, how many degrees of angle there is on your tyres compared to the direction you're heading. It's something that matters and is really important. Strange you are practicing or sliding parallel. This in cornering.
So he hasn't actually.
In a typical road racing situation, such as GT cars, the optimum amount of slip angle to get around a corner as fast as possible is somewhere under 10 degrees. Tyre in each tyres on which end of the car first. Buying this anything sim racing, a smidge try in all of the clips seen up to now and by watching how they go back or not. It's beneath the car gripping the track, and the back of the car goes light into the axle, and not much to do a state that gives the car the ability.
He's not actually explained it. This is what they all bloody do. This is what they all do. It's absurd. It's actually absurd.
Wheel telemetry during corner, big tracks, but not round. Whilst isn't that just trail braking? It might feel a bit vague and mushy. The car almost seems to turn by itself initially, whilst you're merely to prevent all sing and sustained with your steering input and your pedals. At times you'll storm into the car and feel like a gentle touch of throttle to shift some weight back onto the rear of the car, also from the nose again and back on from braking to power. Steady situation.
So I mean, this video, like, it's fine in that he's explaining that, right, so the concept that slip, of driving a car in slip, and the defining slip angle from the angle of the car relative to the direction of travel, fine. But the thing that I think is confusing to people is which specific amount of slip angle at any one point in time is the most beneficial, and why. But I mean, the problem is, it does come down to feeling, and then the issue is that a lot of sims have piss poor force feedback. So then what happens is people will be like, oh, well, then it's visual. Then it comes into a visual thing, and then it basically come back down to, well, you need to just have the delta bar on the screen and trial and error multiple slip angles through the corner until you see which one happens to be the one that's the fastest amount of slip for that point in time with those tyres. And then, but the thing is, then you're already at a level where someone would have to be iRacing and sim racing to the point where they don't need any of these videos in the first place, because they're already driving at a pace where they would already be automatically doing this. This is what's it's what's really weird with these driver coaching videos, or like people explaining this stuff. It's good. Like this has got Danny Lee 339,000 views. And the video is basically just said, the cars have slip angle, and this is what you want to have a bit of slip through corners. Like, the whole video could just be you driving a car fast, involved. Exactly what I said like 10 minutes ago. But you're not incentivized to do a concise video. Like, you actually get more money and more views if you don't. Like, this is the thing. You're actually better off with any coaching to really beat around the bush and not actually get to the actual point and the essence of stuff. Because if you do, you're putting yourself out of view numbers. Oh no, what's going on with my mouse? I've lost my mouse here. Well, no, the problem with MS2 is that it wants you to drive it like Insanity Slip through every single corner.
Okay, let's go.
So I do think it's definitely worthwhile someone explain. I say the Danny Lee's video is good in that a lot of people don't realise the nature of driving in slip. So that's good. But I don't think he's going to say in his video, as he said in his video.
Angle is a hard thing to get right all the time, since one corner easier and the better is.
The problem you'd have to admit with iRacing is you'd have to, like, the bizarre thing is using iRacing as an example for controllable slip through corners is that you can't actually do proper productive slip in iRacing with counter steer. What you're doing in iRacing is not actually proper slip angle driving. You're doing a power slide. You're going into a corner, so you're slightly too hot for the corner, so that when you start trail braking, you're then going into the slip, but the slip is predefined by the entry speed, and you're basically controlling the slip through the trail braking, which is more of a power slide slip rather than an actual inducing the car into slip or holding the slip with the brake and balancing it with the steering. You'd be in iRacing, you hold your steering wheel at a set angle, brake in a straight line, trail brake, but maybe a tiny bit of turning, and then you're holding your wheel in a straight position, and then you're just doing like a linear form of slip control, right? So the irony is, iRacing doesn't actually allow you to drive in slip properly. So it's completely the most stupid thing to use as an example, but it's the most popular sim, so, you know, you have to. Yeah, I mean, Danny Lee does do... I've nothing against him. I met him. He's a nice guy, and, you know, I think there's some... Obviously, this video does cover some pertinent points, but it's not necessarily his fault. This is every driver training video in iRacing. The absurdity of driver coaching stuff. I'm not saying that I'm not saying it's incorrect. I'm not saying the information in it is wrong, but the issue tends to be is that it's either some absurdly simplistic thing drawn out into being more complex. It's also either something that was literally in information that you could just point someone to in the first place from decades ago, and it probably normally or often actually misses the crux and the key point of what someone would actually be looking for. The end result of a lot of these types of videos is they actually overcomplicate sim racing. Oh, it's Swolios. Let's have a look.
This is one of the most important but misunderstood concepts in motorsport.
Here we go.
If you understand slip angle, everything else you do in your driving will make more sense, and you will find it much easier to find the limit and, most importantly, stay on it. The problem is that there are many wrong explanations about slip angle out there. So let's fix that. Slip angle is not a driving style. Slip angle is not a technique. Slip angle is not a state of the balance of the car. Slip angle is simply the measurement of the distance in degrees of angle between where your tires are pointing compared to where they are going. This difference in angle creates the lateral force that turns the car. For example, in a 40-degree drift, the rear tires of the car are at a 40-degree slip angle, while the front tires are closer to zero.
So this is good. This is I'm watching Swolio's video now. So that start of the video is good for explaining what slip angle is. So that's good.
Drift angle where it will generate the strongest.
And then there you go. Now he's got a graph that's showing where optimal slip is. So that's good. Giving Swolio points here, guys.
The optimal
I'm giving Swolio some points.
A fast racing driver is capable of staying as close as possible to the optimal slip angle.
So this is good so far.
Tires during the whole corner, from entry.
There we go. Yeah, see.
Corner.
He's done a good job. Top-down view.
Every technique, every
I'm giving Swolio points.
Trail braking, engine braking, steering traces. We do all of that just to maintain the optimal slip angle during the whole corner, so that you can get as
Yeah,
much
I'm
lateral force
1
from the
minute
tire
33 in.
and
Good
carry
job
the
by
most.
Swolio.
The tire is made of a flexible rubber that stretches it. When we turn that direction, that will turn.
Yeah, it's good. This
Slipping
video's
versus
all right.
sliding.
I'm
How
giving
much slip
Swolio
angle
some
is too
points
much?
here.
Let's explore what happens at different slide lateral load. Third contact path, designed to deform more than this and generate maximum lateral force that it can offer. Past this point, when it comes.
But the case about iRacing not allowing you to drive in slip and time models being iffy, why is that? Surely they have the resources to make it right. It's complicated. So you can obviously drive in slip, but there's ways in which you can drive in slip and how the car responds to how the car responds to driver input whilst it's in slip. So in iRacing, you can obviously drive in slip, otherwise you know it would be train simulator. So a crucial component of it is the degree to which the driver can control the vehicle whilst it's in slip, and what the driver control does to the vehicle whilst it's in slip. So what the driver does on the steering wheel, what the driver does on the accelerator, and what the driver does on the brake, and the degree to which the steering wheel, brake, and accelerator affects the car when it is in slip. So iRacing's issue is once you're already in slip, the brake actually works really well in terms of controlling it, and the pedal does, but the steering wheel is kind of ignored. Like it doesn't. It's a mixture of things going on, but basically the steering authority is not correct when you're in slip in iRacing, combined with the issue that as you go fast, as you heat the surface of the tyre up, or as you are continuing slip, the tyres get hotter and they start to lose grip, and that just keeps the grip just goes down until it completely falls off. So even though you're holding an amount of slip that's actually basically totally acceptable, or even going over the slip and then bringing it back, in iRacing, if you go over the slip, you can't bring it back. It doesn't come back. When in a real car, most sims, it would just come back because the tyres got stuck overheating. Combined with the fact that you can't bring it back on the steering wheel as well for whatever reason. So that's the other degree of it, is that, and this is why you can have videos explaining holding slip and show top-down views in iRacing, and you're like, well, look, that car's driving in slip, and this is why people argue with me, and they go, well, no, I can hold a slide. And it's like, well, no, you're really missing the point. It's how you hold the slide is what's important. So you also have this, even in AC1, which is one of the best sims for drifting. We were saying this yesterday. If you are drifting, the cars lose momentum, and you have to give it more throttle than you should need to, even when you're in an aggressive drift. At certain angles, high speed drifting as well, the cars just sort of start to bog down, when in reality the cars can be really over the limit and really in a drift, and they can keep going they will sort of keep going. Like, you do need to add more throttle to it and put more energy into it, but they tend to just bog down in AC1, despite it being one of the better sims for drifting. Swolio's video is good though, to be fair, this one so far.
We are already starting to feel the force feedback on the steering becoming weaker, which is our way to feel that we are abusing the tires. The tire continues longer your sprinter, full slide, or lateral grip.
Does Swolio in this video, does he mention iRacing's fundamental tyre issue? Let's see. This is the thing. This is the thing. This is a good video, to be fair. He's done a good job on this one. Let's have a look. We listen to it.
Thing like a slide angle or a drift angle, because the deformation at this point is now mostly just bad friction. In summary, the tire even deforms more overall as you pass the optimal slip angle, but that deformation shifts from being primarily elastic with efficient grip generation to being dominated by sliding, resulting in a loss of lateral force while the tire begins to skip or. What is the perfect sign for everyday driving?
Here we go. Look, he's broken. Now he's gone into perfect. So this is a really good video.
To 12, and when we go fast, it's relatively large, which means a more predictable handling behavior. Semis like
this is a good video.
At around 5.
And he's now showing the different types of tyres, explaining their slip curves.
pound.
Yeah, I'll give him credit. This is a really good video.
The closer to the optimal slip angle, the stronger the resistance of the force feedback of the steering wheel. This is obviously
no, Skywalk. You can't be pedantic. You can't be a pedant on this. He's obviously just explaining it in a generalized way for someone that's coming into it for the first time. He's not explaining it for someone that's wants every single specific scenario laid out on a giant spreadsheet that indicates this type of compound with this type of geometry, this situation.
Only for the front tire.
You're being such a pedant.
Is the most important way you will feel the car when driving at a high level, especially in the simulator. I have a whole video about that. From the tires don't exactly match the peak resistance from the steering. The peak force feedback comes ever so slightly before the actual maximum lateral forces you will get from the tire, which means you can force an extra few degrees of the peak.
Yes, this is all good stuff.
Overdo it. We are talking about really subtle stuff here. How is slip angle expressed in different scenarios? The difficulty
as well, right, with the simulated car, and this is the thing with the steering wheel feel. So this is a big issue with the force feedback thing in Sims, is that, as Swolio says, if you've got the force feedback is subtle for that grip changing is quite subtle, even with slick tyres on a car that's going quite fast, right? If you then have all these bloody filters and shit on your wheel, you're not going to feel that. But then also, another big elephant in the room is that in a real car, you can feel the peak grip and the slip feel through your body, not just the steering wheel, right? Way more through your body. So that's another thing that's sort of like a... No, that's not that... There's nothing wrong with Swolio's video there, but I'm just saying as a general sim racing thing.
And oversteer. In understeer, the slip angle of the front tires is way higher than their optimal slip angle, and also higher than the rear. Because of that, the front tires are not capable of generating enough level while the rear tires of rotation point the car to slide and spin. In neutral steer, things can get slightly complex. Neutral steer means the slip angle of both rear and front tires are exactly the same, and the forces generated are pretty similar. In neutral steer, the car is sliding equally with just some minimal adjustments in direction coming from the front tires, from the steering, to maintain that state. Neutral steer is interesting because it can be good or bad, depending on how much all four tires are.
Well, so that is something. So neutral steer, as Swolio puts it, that's something that iRacing just doesn't simulate properly at all. Like the cars just are not properly in that balanced state. Like you're already, as I say, it's all a power slide. It's all a power slide in iRacing. Like the cars do not hold neutral steer as it's defined in this video.
Sliding, because technically you can be in neutral steer while being on the ideal slip angle of both front and rear, just slower, generated by perfect coordinate Okayama slip angle and all speed optimal slip angle. That's it. He's still tiny bit to the end left now.
But no, this is a good video. I think this is a good. He's done a good job on this.
You can technically get the same amount of grip in two opposite scenarios, being slightly under the limit versus being over the limit, and get the same too much. It's sensitive to grip, so the tire will drive the car in a controlled way to get the temperatures to go up. In iRacing, for example, the tires are very sensitive to scrubbing or being over the slip angle, as they overheat their surface temperature too quickly and lose grip.
He's mentioned it. He did mention it. It was 11 minutes 47 into the video. Just a subtle mention. Just a subtle mention here.
In iRacing, for example, the tires are very sensitive.
They're very sensitive
to scrubbing or being over the slip angle, as they overheat their surface temperature too quickly and lose grip.
That is the kindest, like, it's not that mild, is it? But he did mention it in the video. Fair play to him. I've got to give Swolio credit in this video. He's broken it down. He's made it clear, and he has actually said there's the thing. But that aspect does make it. Someone watching this video that didn't know any better would would come to the conclusion, they'll go, oh, yeah, it's just slightly unforgiving. It doesn't need a rant mid-video, but if you're being truly honest, you'd have to say iRacing has a huge physics hole in the tyres. If you go, you can't bring the tyres back properly if you go over the limit. Like, it's not a subtle thing. It is a massive physics issue. It's as bad as like weird stuff in Formula 1 games or arcade games. Like, it fundamentally defines how you have to drive iRacing, right? It's not like a mild, it's unforgiving. It's like a massive physics hole. It's a crater. It's like me dropping a nuclear bomb on London and going like 40 years ago, and the whole of central London being remodelled, and then me going, oh, these are all the facilities in London. You can travel here. It's got an underground system, and you can go around this, and you can enjoy London. There's these really nice tourist attractions. There's lots to do. This is a good food place. This is really nice. This is the fastest way to move around. Oh, yeah. And, 40 years ago, the whole of London was nuked and all the history was destroyed. And, yeah, you will get radiation poison if you stay here too long. But London's a really nice place to visit. That's what it's like. It's absurd, but it is a really good video.
So
I would tell you, I would 100% recommend people watch this video to understand driving.
It's not the best way to find consistently fast lap times, but rather to scrubbing or being over the slip angle, as they overheat their surface temperature too quickly and lose grip. So overdriving in iRacing is not the best way to find consistently fast lap times, but rather being right on top of the optimal slip angle so that you can generate peak forces without overheating the tires. A good way to think about slip angle is that the front tires always dictate the motion, while the rear tires always react to the fronts. So the front tires initiate.
See, the problem is, well, I don't necessarily disagree, but the issue is that if you're a normal driver, you want to find out where the limit is as soon as possible, because that's the fastest way to then find out where the limit is, right? So what you need to do is, if you're trying to get to limit straight away, you drive slightly over the limit and you bring it back. That's how you find where the limit is. If you have changing conditions, different tyres, whatever, and you're doing a track, you want to, like, within where it's safe to do so, you want to keep testing the limit, right? To go, okay, well, that's where it's... So then you've built a framework in your mind as to where that limit is, but you have to be able to go over the limit. The problem is, in iRacing, you can't do that without getting either ridiculous spin that requires brake and accelerator or losing a huge amount of time. So if you then have, like, wet track conditions, changing conditions, or you're driving a car on track you've never driven before, basically you're forced to do a monotonous Guitar Hero trial and error approach before you then actually drive, or drive massively under the limit, or roll onto the limit. But, you know...
A rotation before the rear tires get into their own slip angle, while trying to resist that rotation and creating lateral forces themselves.
Yeah, well, you know I'm a miserable bastard, so I have to, say this is a really... obviously I am the arbiter of quality.
Why this happens. When you get into a big enough...
It is a really... Especially the intro of the video explaining, because as I say, a lot of people that don't even sim race or drive, even lots of people that are fans of motorsport and stuff, they don't know that whole driving in slip as a concept. They don't know that a race driver is balancing. I do, Ollie. I've got a condition. I've got a mental condition.
When the slip angle between the front tires
can't help
and
it.
The track is still causing a force towards the inside, which still forces the car to gain more and more rotation, getting you...
How has Danny Lee's video got more views than Swolio's video? When Swolio's video... I'm pretty sure Danny Lee would even admit this. Swolio's video is a lot better for explaining this than Danny Lee's. I know it's not a competition. It doesn't really matter. I'm sure both of them like each other and don't care. But this is a really good example of how stupid YouTube is. Like, Swolio's video is way better than Danny Lee's video for this specific thing. And Danny Lee's video has like 200k more views. Like, what? It doesn't make any sense.
Spin is only savable.
YouTube's so stupid. Like, when you put effort into a video and it's like, oh, yeah, no, sorry. Algorithm says no. It's probably the thumbnail. It's probably the content's irrelevant.
Allows the front to create a force to the other side of the spin direction. In the end, slip angle is at the foundation.
Yeah, no, I like Danny. I will tell him.
Of motorsports.
He'll agree with me. Like, you can't. I'm not. It's true. Like, it's not a subjective thing here. Swolio's video has a much better breakdown of what's going on. He explains it more concisely. I mean, I don't know when Danny Lee might have made his video a lot longer before, and who knows, maybe Swolio watched Danny Lee's video, and maybe Swolio was like, "Oh, hang on, I could do this in another way and improve on it." So, you know, you don't know, that could be the case as well. Neither of them will care. They're both just happy to get people into sim racing.
Is done so that we can achieve its optimal values. If you're a racing driver and you want to reach an advanced level, there's a faster and easier way to become competitive. I've gone from this to this in 5 years. Now, we've created the perfect
here we go.
driver development guide to help you understand
Swolio's sales course. Hang on. This is where Swolio goes mental. If you want to be a pro race driver, do my course. Does your course include how to sell courses to make money to pay for you to do real driving? It should do, because that's probably the most important part. But Swolio's done a good job. I'm glad he's doing real driving, to be honest, because he's another one of those people that, you know, really wants to be a race driver, like a Jimmy, Super GT, Jardier, James Baldwin. So it's you know, it's nice that they're actually doing what they're doing, a ludicrous activity that most people don't get to do, and they really want to do it. So sold. Yeah, that's a really good video. Really good video. That's probably that's Swolio's best video. The true limit in motorsports. The true limit. I mean, the title's terrible. It's a good video though, so we'll add that. I'm gonna. Well, we'll save. But good job, Swolio. The true limit in motorsports is your wallet. Swolio's done loads. He does like loads of driver coaching and things.
Nice.
When was Danny Lee's video?
If you want.
Let's see. I think Danny might have done his video a lot earlier. Wow. It is weird how those sorts of videos, those driver coaching videos, get really good views on YouTube, and it's strange because I mean, I guess people that are like, oh, I wonder how to drive. I can't find the video now. That would be good to do. It'd be good to point people to if we've. Do you know what? I could suffer through all the bloody driver coaching videos. I could suffer through all of the shit content, and then we could point out the really good videos, like Swolio's slip angle video. I'm sure Danny Lee's done a whole bunch of good videos as well. And then we could like recommend the Game of Muscle Ultimate Guide to driver coaching videos. And then we could just do a playlist. We could direct you to their videos. I'm not going to steal the videos. And then people can then, I'll be like, well, here you go, guys. I've suffered through all this drivel. so you can go through the specific videos from all the different content creators that have done the best ones. Win-win. I've saved you from watching the drivel ones. You no longer do you have to watch be promoted terrible shorts. Yeah, but this is the thing, Eurydice. Like, I think it's really, like, seeing how things work is great, and that's good. But as I say, it's kind of like what we were saying about. Yeah, I don't think I'll make much money from it. It's like the Misha thing. I was saying that a lot of the, well, probably all of the people doing like driver coaching YouTube videos, in and of themselves, they're all doing a nice job of like just putting together information and trying to present it as best as they can. So they're not doing anything bad directly or themselves. But the difficulty is it then produces the subtextual communication is one of don't play games to just have fun. Driving is all about being a pro driver. You know, you have to know these things in order to be able to drive. Do you know what I mean? Which is not how you would approach video games. Like you don't go, oh, I'm going to just play Super Mario. Right, let me watch before I do level 1. Let me now watch a breakdown on Super Mario jumping physics. You'll be like, well, hang on, no, I'm just playing the game, right?
Green flag.
You know, I'm going to play Hell Let Loose.
Your first time lap.
Right. Before I play, I'm going to watch 14 hours of how to be a World War I soldier. Sadly, a lot of Milsim guys are like that, and they ruin the game. Yeah, you have to watch private, exactly. Yeah, I'm not saying that. Like, I like watching guide videos as well. I'm not saying they're a bad thing, but you know what I mean. There's like a. It's exactly what we were saying about Misha doing his Nordschleifer videos, where he's driving other people's cars. His videos are really good. It's just, you know, for the type of people that are into that kind of, oh, how does a road car do the Nordschleifer? You know, just car culture people. From all I understand, Misha's a really nice guy. He genuinely doesn't have any bad intentions, right? But unfortunately, the subtext of his videos ends up promoting a sort of, the whole driving outside of people's limits, even though he expressly doesn't want people to do that. You know. So it's not even his fault necessarily. You know, that's the problem with this subtextual communication. You can have a good ethical discussion on who's responsible and not. But on the other side of it, you know, if someone's having fun and they're not demanding other people do things how they're doing them, and they're not hurting anyone, it doesn't really matter, does it? The only thing I'm really butthurt about, the only thing that really, really winds me up are bloody shorts. That I can't take. Bloody, I was stalked by Swolio on Instagram and YouTube for break trail shorts for like 2 years. 2 years of every other short being Swolio going out into break trail breaking. It's just like every other video. The algorithm was like just, and then I had a Danny Lee spam fest. I don't know why that. I mean, so shorts are awful. Not the clothing, but bloody hell. That makes me. That is just. I can't take it. Shorts as a format as well. It's not even the content. It's just the whole net. This. Oh God! The whole editing of them, the text in the middle, the assumptive communication. It's terrible. It's the worst thing ever. The voice of Swolio. I mean, he's Brazilian, isn't he? It's just a Brazilian accent. I quite like it. It's like Portuguese. It reminds me of Portuguese people talking English. Yeah, that's Danny Lee. I told him, I met him at simracing Expo and I was like, your bloody shorts drive me mental. So I know these people. Like I know Swolio. I've had dinner with Swolio. Like I like these people. It's just the it's shorts. I imagine anyone watching my channel, they probably hate me. So my content. So the problem is you're forced. It's forced on you. That's the problem. Like I don't want to see like the Sun newspaper, right, or certain things that I know are bollocks, or just things I'm not interested in. I don't care, so I don't want it to be forced on me. The problem with like YouTube algorithms and web algorithms is it forces stuff on you that you're not interested in, or you don't care about. So you're not even. It's not that you like or dislike it. You're just not interested. You don't want to look at it. I want to go on the internet and go. Oh, right now I want to look at some rando stuff on the Dreamcast. So I'll Google Dreamcast chips. What chip did the Dreamcast have? Who designed it? Whatever. And then maybe some videos will come up. That's fantastic. But I don't want to be like, forced on me. You're installing a barricade. Yeah, JarQ, Neil's Housingveld says he keeps getting that video. I don't know why. Oh, I think it's because it's a members only video, maybe. Because I hid it just as a test, and so members only get to see that video. That's pretty funny. That's a good video, though, to be fair. Like, you can't complain. That's a top quality video. I don't know what your problem is.
The estimated SOF is 2,349.
But it's the same. It's the same as like. Well, you know when like an influencer does like something, and then it's all over the internet, and it's like, oh, this influencer did this F4 race, or this influencer has got arrested in Japan. It could be a good or a negative, a positive or negative thing. It's just, I do not care. It's not relevant to my life and what I'm doing, so I just don't. I'm not interested in that. It's no more relevant than some other thing that could be happening. And it's just like, oh my God. They put a bunch of influencers in. Oh yeah, so it was like bloody Mr. Beast did the F4, the Formula E car, and then one of the influencers crashed it. It's like, I don't care. I mean, I was happy for Scott Mansell, driver 61. I was happy for him to drive the car. Like, on a personal level, like I said, I really like it when these people that can't afford to do motorsport get a chance to do stuff that they wouldn't otherwise do. So on a personal level, I was like, oh, that's awesome. But on a content level, I just couldn't give a shit. Well, I mean, Scott's video, I think, was probably... I didn't watch it, but I'm sure it would have been quite good.
Keep to the left. You're on the left. 3 wide. Clear all around.
Okay.
There's an incident behind.
And it's just disproportionate attention, like this is with famous people doing stuff. It's like, just disproportionate. The thing is as well, I don't subscribe to anything, so I mostly just like to get my information from. I like listening to. I like history books and podcasts and stuff. I don't need someone to give me news that's part of their agenda. You'd rather see sim race instead. Yeah, no, that's what I say. I think it's nice when you see people that are, you know, it's obviously what they want to be doing. They're not just a rich person that happens to have lucked it. Alpha Broke podcast, yeah, pretty much. Best thing to fall asleep to. Yeah, but it depends on the quality of podcast that you're listening to. So most of the podcasts I listen to are like Dan Carlin's History or like some random, you know, like Skeptic's Guide to Science or stuff like that. So they're not really, it's more just like popular science news, basically.
There's an incident ahead. Slow car ahead. Go left. Go right.
Well, that was interesting. Not quite sure what happened there, but I appreciate it. What on earth? What happened there? What was there, like a banana on the track? What? Oil spill, yeah. They need to watch Swolio's video. And they would have avoided that. That was Mario Kart moment. Whoa, 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 whoa.
You're in second position right now.
Yeah, we're not going to be for long because they'll catch back up with us. That's all right. That was one of the weirdest crashes that I've seen in a long time in iRacing. I tell you what is really good about iRacing though for doing content. The replay camera system is really, really good. Really good. That's something that I'm surprised is particularly bad with a lot of sims, because it's good replay cams. Gran Turismo does good cams as well generally. It adds a load of value to driving games. So even if you played Richard Burns Rally, it was really satisfying when I was pretty shit when I used to play Richard Burns Rally more, But it was really satisfying when you finished a stage and did a good stage, and then you watch a replay.
041. New fastest lap for you.
You watch the replay of your driving, and you can be like, "Oh wow, I'm well good." Here's the selected run of the one time I didn't wreck. You know, I'm surprised more sims don't. Yeah, Dirt Rally as well was quite good. Microsoft Flight Sim has a mod one that's a lot better, but yeah, I think it's not really a proper replay system. It's more of a weird telemetry positional thing. I mean, that's how they all kind of work, but yeah. That's weird, isn't it, with Microsoft Flight Sim, that you would have thought, given that Microsoft Flight Sim is so much about the graphics and how nice it looks and how good the details are, and they've actually done a really good job on the textures and the all that stuff, you would have thought that Microsoft would go, hang on a minute, a lot of people would really like to see replays of them landing and just like push a button. There's a payware mod actually, I can't remember what it's called, it's something like cinematic cameras or something, it's like £30. But that actually has really good cameras. I need to try that out. But yeah, it's actually pretty funny with Flight Sim. Because planes landing, it looks awesome as well. And then when you put good replay systems in a game, I think it pays for itself with the... you end up getting free marketing. Yeah, I've got some Thrustmaster Pendular rudder pedals that Microsoft gave me. They're really good. They're not cheap though. They're very good pedals. They feel very similar to real pedals. Well, they're a bit soft actually, but they're good. They function really nice. Oh, I need to do some WRC today to get some B-roll. I could really do with playing some Formula 1 games so I can make a video on it. We'll ever do a group flight? Maybe, but I don't play Flight Sim as much as I'd normally want to. Yeah, WRC Generations was actually quite good, to be honest. Like, it has the Halsey-Veld throttle issue, but the stage design and the physics are actually quite passable. Like, the physics in WRC Generations, apart from the throttle issue, and there is some weirdness to it, but generally speaking, the cars are way more fun to drive than WRC, EA WRC. Hello, Billy Orish. Thank you for the raid. Hope you're having a nice day. Really appreciate that. Welcome, Orish people of Orish, the Orishmen. How's it going, everyone?
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap, 20.963.
It's properly offensive. Well, I like hands up dance music. It's Irish. Oyish. I can't. I'm too dumb. I'm too dumb. Irish. You do realise I only have 4 brain cells and they're currently using 3.5 of them for this driving. We're at the brain cell limits here. Maxing out the brain cells.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 20.86.
What were you doing? What was your excuse for live streaming? Oh, hang on, my chat's paused. Hang on, there we go. So I missed messages. Have a great stream. I guess you're going. Thank you. From Irish to West. What can go wrong? Alright, guys, check out his channel for giving us a shout out. I'm looking forward to seeing the replay of what happened here. There was absolute madness, guys, at the start of this race. Alright, very chill stream. It wasn't chill, this was a high intensity stream. I don't know what you mean. I'll tell you what, guys, here we go. Any of you in chat got a good e-bike that you recommend that's not expensive? Part of me's been thinking of e-bikes again. I've tried not to think about it for years. You're watching you next to a traffic light. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm about as exciting as a traffic light. Well, not like ludicrously expensive. What price are we on for e-bikes now? Like 2,500? They used to be like £8,000. Oh yeah, I wouldn't be leaving it unattended. Dankeschön.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 20.839.
5k still? Okay, yeah, so that's what I mean, like, when I looked into it, a few years back, you'd be talking like £6,000 for like a passable one, but now I think they've got things relatively standardised so that £3,000 will get an okay e-mountain bike.
The car in P10 just set the fastest lap.
What about
20.676.
What's the second-hand market like for them? Oh no! We've got someone catching us here. One more lap.
Last lap.
Can we escape them? Could have stolen one second hand. What a beautiful drive, guys. Pure skill.
There's an incident behind.
Pure skill. We absolutely earned this on raw pace and skill alone. What a weird race. Okay. The music stopped.
All right, there's the checkered flag.
All right, let's have a look at this.
Good job. Very good job.
Right, I want to see what happened here. What on earth happened here?
That was a crazy great check.
Dead. Ah, let's see. Right, here we go, guys. Oh no, wasn't this lap? Here we go. Oh, we drove into him. Went. What was this? Don't make any sense. Why is this guy driving off the track back onto it? I mean, the car on the inside did plough him, to be fair. What was going on here? Oh, this guy's so far back. So far back, it's never happening. Pajonk. That is never working. Look how far back he is. But then what are the cars behind doing? How do you explain that guy? This other car? What is going on here? Is it just because the tyres are so unforgiving when they're warm, like people are having to brake whilst turning and that's it? Yeah, it's because they're all reacting to the thing. The problem is the tyres are already in slip, so like they're already heated. So if you do the slightest reaction, the grip turns off. It's so funny. Like, it's actually ridiculous, isn't it? Like, I mean, really. It's really nice of them to do that, though. Yeah, supposedly in 3 weeks. This entire crash is from that the tire model issue. Well, the first bit isn't, but everything else. Tire model. They all got tire modelled. Don't model your tyres. Oh, it was good driving though. Oh, we got 37 rated, so it was well good. What's 30 plus 37? 67. That's nice and easy. 67, nice. we need to do. Yeah, I could really do with getting some B-roll of WRC. I have it set up on this PC. Right. Not sure what to do. We'll do another. I mean, we're grinding this to death. I'm gonna go insane. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, I did want to try the new shader patch AC. We'll keep doing these, but we can check out the latest shader patch whilst we're doing this. Lights patch 0.29 preview. What's the folder that you need to install it on in AC? Library. Assetto course, here we go. Shader patch test here. Supposedly there's some new force feedback in shader patch. Thanks for subscribing there. Real. Thanks for the raid. Not the raid, the follow, the subscribe. Oh, my brain's cooked, guys. Right, here we go. Shader patch. We'll do the next F4 race as well, why not? Registreren. It's in like 20 minutes. Shader patch. Settings. What are we on? 2.9. Oh, here we go. Right. So apparently there's some more force feedback things. There we go. What's this clean force feedback? Let's have a look on shader patch. Is everyone falling asleep? it's that time of day, 7 PM. Everybody's dead. Here we go. Oh, hang on. Is this 209? They've done another bloody 029. Oh, 0210, okay. New main menu. Here we go. New main menu. Telemetry tab. Physics changes. Big updates on the way. Torque is applied to suspension on cars with extended physics. Audio improvements. Up-to-date browser. There we go. Alternate force feedback got an update to be more compatible with wheels without direct drive. How do you activate alternate force feedback? Where's that? Yeah, how do I, where is it? Where's the script part? Oh, here. Ah, there we go. Thank you. I'm blind. Side force, front force, suspension travel, damping. Okay, let's drive a car, see what it's like. Remind me not to miss my iRacing race, guys. Thank you for subscribing now. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, first of all, my wheel rotation is totally wrong. Why is my wheel rotation mental? What have I got it set to in Windows? Let's have a look here. Hang on. I have it set to 900, surely. Yeah, that was weird. Let's try that. Ah, there we go. The thing is, AC is so drivable. too much on the brake bias there. And we got 10 minutes. Seems to be a bit of a hole in the force feedback. No, neither did I, Adam. That's the thing. We need to blip the throttle actually when we downshift. I mean, this custom force feedback's not too bad. It's a lot better than ever. I'm struggling to pull the car back. Probably need to make the steering a bit faster. We're going over to iRacing in 10 minutes. We're just testing out the custom force feedback. It is funny how in AC it's harder to get the cars to rotate into the corner than iRacing. Like you actually have to get into more slip to get the cars to turn in more. You actually have to push the car. You actually have to get the car onto the tyres, otherwise it won't go through the corner. In iRacing, you'd go through the corner not on the tyres. I can totally see how why iRacers feel like AC's a bit vague, like because you really do have to be on the tyres, otherwise it's a bit dull. Oh, hello, Geoda. Thank you very much. Blessed be. Thank you very much, Geoda. Really appreciate that. $50 months. Shame. Shame. Send him to the gulag. Yeah, it's not bad actually, this custom force. I don't know how... Don't know if it's that much better than the default, but what else can we do with it? Man, I need some... got a bit of a headache. It'd be interesting to do the compression thing here, so... So what's this? Side force, front force, Base force multiplier. Oh, here we go. If you prefer denser force feedback, base force. What does it mean by denser? Base force. Does it mean stronger? I don't know, but there are some things with AC force feedback that aren't particularly good. So, like, it can have like that overly aggressive tug force. The counter steer can be overly aggressive, and when you go over the edge of a curb in and stuff, it can do a sudden jolt. So I could see why you'd not want to have that. I don't know what this side forcing is. Let's just turn that up. Let's put it on 100. This beat's cool. We still have 10 minutes. The range compressions. So this is what I think that Marvin's awesome iRacing app has. Will compress the force into range, and I think that's actually a really good thing to have. So personally, I like as detailed force feedback that's as light as possible whilst giving detail, because, well, why wouldn't you want as much detail with as minimal force?
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the, or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Oh, okay. So this is now putting the. No, that's better. So that's more. You're feeling the load on this tyre. That's good. The more you can feel the immediate response of the tyre, or like load from the more connected you feel to the vehicle. Yeah, front end feel. Everyone likes a front end feel. Yeah, it'll just come from the tyre model, BRT, won't it? It'll just be the slip curve of the tyre. It'll still be generally how it is. It's really funny. I've had fast passenger laps around Donington in real life in this car, and it's funny how close sims. It's actually crazy sometimes how close sims line up to the real thing. Not thingy. The hypercars are shit in LMU, BRT. You've got something wrong with your brain. the hypercars are terrible in LMU. Really bad. He's just got brain damage. Poor guy. It's what happens if you live in near the Midlands too long. Damages your brain. No, I enjoy LMU, but the hypercars are terrible. Like the physics completely bollocksed on them. The tyre model's totally bollocks. Yeah, exactly. Hello, Lentillion. I don't. Yeah, but they're bollocks, BRT. You're welcome to like them, but the physics are absolutely. The tyres specifically are total shit. Like, you can't brake properly because the brakes. There's no sound for the skidding and there's no feel for the lockup. So that's just pure memory driving. At speed, fine. It's got downforce and they're very like you can catch them. They're easy to drive. It's just shit. They're just shit. That's all. But like, if it's drivable, it's very forgiving. So and it's sliding. The nice cockpits. Oh, you know, I probably would. I generally like R Factor 2 physics. But the problem with the LMP, I mean, I don't mind the LMP2 car too much, but you can tell there's like weird shit with the tyres. Yeah, we've got a race in 2 minutes. But the dynamics available to you, to be fair, real LMDH cars are bloody weird. But like you can see just from the onboards. But the LMP2 cars are mental. But like I'm a big fan of LMP2 cars, so I like. So the thing is, I like that LMU's forgiving, and I think that's quite good. And I think I quite like prototypes in general. So it's my type of car, but they are fundamentally bollocksed in LMU. they're like the way you have to drive them is really messed up. But you can learn how to drive them, and then you've got a bit of margin of error, and they're nice and grippy and pokey. So I can see why it's engaging in that sense. But if you actually like to feel cars at the limit and balance them, they're a bit weird. But yeah, hopefully. The key is to have that slip, but not too much slip. Oh yeah, no, ACC's not even ACC's total garbage. No, look, BRT. You were defending ACC in the past. ACC's completely bollocksed. Like, that tyre model in that is absolute trash. It's worse than, like, in a sense, it's not as unforgiving as iRacing, but from a driver perspective, ACC's terrible. It's just so boring to drive. It's like driving a steam train. I'm like the world's biggest ACC hater. Like it's the antithesis of driving to me. Like it is worse than iRacing. I genuinely could not. I can't play ACC. It genuinely like iRacing to drive is frustrating, but it doesn't make me depressed. You know, you can slide around a little bit. There's a bit of dynamic range to the force feedback. You know, I can play iRacing. The driving is frustrating. It's not realistic, particularly, but I can play it, right? ACC, ACC literally makes me depressed. It's the absolute antithesis of driving pleasure. It's so bad. Like, it forces you to drive like you're driving a car with a keyboard. It's mental. And then all the tyre pressure stuff is so lame. and then all the lap time is purely from like nudging the car around. Oh, it's terrible. It's no balancing. It's like, and the faster you get at ACC, the worse it is. And then to add to it, it has these like weird bait slides that are just part of the driving, where the physics like just turn off, and the car does this little. Oh my god! I honestly don't know how people manage to play ACC with a straight face. Yeah, well, you know, this is proof that like Jardier's a really nice person, because he can play ACC without having a mental breakdown. I don't think Ace is worse. I think Ace is worse for performance. But I wouldn't say Ace is... I'd say Ace is marginally better, actually. But it's more because it's different types of cars. So GT3 car and Ace is probably exactly the same. But we'll see when they do their tyre update stuff. RMM, no, it's not. It's not the most realistic GT3 simulator. Like AC1 with like a good GT3 car is probably the closest to real driving. Generally, give or take. If you like, most driver training centres will use AC. A large part of that is because it's easy to mod. Hang on, I joined the wrong one. Huge error. Huge error. I clicked the wrong one, guys. No, I don't think James Baldwin did say that, to be honest. I think... what on earth did I click? Oh, bloody hell. Joined the wrong track. This is a disaster.
My goodness!
The thing is, James Baldwin's such a good driver, you could give him a potato and he'd drive it on the limit. You know, you could give James Baldwin a concrete slab and he would push it to the limit. That's the problem with these talented drivers. Like, they're just machines. Like, have you seen how fast James Baldwin is in, like, everything? in everything. It's ridiculous. The guy's a robot. I don't trust him. It's like all these fast drivers, Emil, James Baldwin, Josh Rogers, all of them, all these esports guys. Bloody day, I'm scared of them. I don't trust them. Oh, I forgot to load my force feedback. That's how bad I am. Load it up. No, he's pretty honest. He's quite anodyne, but you kind of have to be if your profession is esporter and real world driver. But he says what he's thinking. Like he's like that in real. I've talked to him a few times in real life. He's a genuine guy. It's not that he's paid. So what happens is if you're doing certain esports and certain events, you might be contractually obliged to not shit talk something. That's quite common. But James Baldwin's like, he's not dishonest. Having talked to him in real life, he's pretty much, he says the same stuff. So, you know, he's consistent. I think he's just pretty generally quite anodyne in, you know, I think you have to be, if you do esports, you just have to accept things and just get the most out of them. That's the attitude you need if you're a top, like, it's not just esports. If you're aiming to be a top competitor in anything, you have to be someone that goes, this is what the reality is. I am going to just accept that and try and do the best at it. Like, there's no, you know, that's just it, isn't it? That's what you have to do. Like, for me personally, I'm not an esports person, and I find it funny to complain about stuff. And I'm never going to be any good. So, you know, that's why I do what I do. But if I was an esports guy, I wouldn't even comment on physics and things. Just wouldn't even mention it. You'd just be like, am I doing good or not? That's all you focus on. Oh shit, we need to qualify, which is also our practice. Don't worry. I know what we're doing here. Guys, this is a total disaster. We joined the wrong race. Don't you hate it when you accidentally book a flight to Japan with your F4 car? Oh my goodness. I know this track though. It's a good track. It is actually a really nice track. Whee! Yeah, no, as I said before, I'm really happy that James Baldwin is doing real driving, and Jimmy and Jardé and Steve. It's really good for them. It's one of the few good things about sim racing. People that want to be drivers that could never afford or have the opportunity to get to do it. So it's really good. Oh yeah, I'd be moderately quick, Jim Goliath, but not esports quick. That's what I'm like with everything. If I really concentrate and put a lot of effort into it, I can do quite well at stuff, but not that high level. It's just my brain's too like all over the place. I'm not good at specialising in singular things. I'm quite happy with that though. I'm quite happy to be average at a lot of things.
Green flag, green flag. Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Oh dear, this is a disaster. After gaining rating, we've decided to throw it all away. Pro tip, guys, if your goal is to get iRating, don't sign up to the wrong race. Lesson 1 in the Game of Muscle Academy. If you're trying to gain iRating, I advise that you don't accidentally join a track you've never driven with the car before. Oh, thank you, Game of Muscle. Such a good tip. Where would we be without you? BRT, yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it? What you learn as well, as you get old, you learn that a lot, in terms of being very good at something, you learn that it actually just turns into how much time you invest into it, as opposed to your, like, just skill, innate skill, or just generally being good. You just realise it turns into a grind, right? And if you really love something, that's not a problem, because you're grinding, you're doing something you really love. So the grind is not really a grind, or it can still be a grind, but it's not like you're actually enjoying the intrinsic activity. So the grind's inherently enjoyable.
One more lap.
So that's fine, but it's very rare that you really enjoy something to that degree. Sometimes you do. I mean, I enjoy force feedback to that degree, which is why I can happily play iRacing and these sims all day long. I just like feeling force feedback through the wheel whilst I'm driving. It's not really learning curve. It's not really. I mean, that is part of it, but it's not really just that. It's more. It's just the reality of, as you get older as well, you normally have more than one thing you're focusing on. And so focusing to that extent just for the sake of being better than some other people at something is to the detriment of other things that you would also enjoy to be doing. So yeah, you that's a big thing of getting older, is you just have more things that you enjoy, and you're like, well, hang on, I'm losing out enjoyment on these other things. When you're younger, you don't know. Growing tomatoes, well, strawberries in this weather, especially. We're gonna be last here. This is a disaster. I can't believe I signed up to the wrong race. How do you do that? Right, this is a video. We'll record a video of this. Might as well.
There's the
We
flag.
might as well.
It's over.
We might as well save the suffering. Bloody, I'm such an idiot. Yeah, I mean, I struggle to get competitive at anything, to be honest, because I find things a bit stupid. I think you kind of have to take things more seriously. Yeah, I'm just not competitive as a like I don't. I mean, I don't know. I wonder what the competitive thing is. 'Cause I think you can have being competitive can be positive and toxic. So it can be positive if you're competitive in a way where you're like, oh, I'm using the competition to make myself better. So the other people, it's not really about beating those other people. Like, you do want to win, but the point is that you're using them as a metric for how you could be better yourself. And you're really always competing against yourself. You're not actually competing against the other people. The other people are just setting a bar for you to try and push past to get more out of you. That's like really positive competition. That's great. However, there's a lot of people that are competitive because they are actually insecure and have like some ego issues, and they need to prove to themselves that they can do something, or they need validation for self-worth. They've got low self-worth, and that is where competition can get really detrimental and be really toxic. For me personally, I'm not really a competitive person in that sense. Like, I'm already so much of a narcissist. I already know I'm the best at everything. So I don't need it proving I'm the best. I don't need to prove it. I already know. But also, I enjoy creativity more. So it's like, it's not really about beating another person. It's about an interesting situation occurred, a funny situation occurred, or there was an opportunity to be creative. That is enjoyable. That's enjoyable to me. Just being better myself. It's fun. Being better and getting better. That's fun, but it's only very short-term fun, and nowhere near as fun as like even if you win or lose, that doesn't really matter. That's not where the core of the enjoyment is. So yeah, I'm just more interested in like creative stuff and funny things. I think it's richer and more long term. If your enjoyment just comes from beating people, which that's fine, like that, you know, you're better at other people at something. But if that's where your enjoyment is, it's not gonna be very fulfilling. You'll be like, oh, I've beaten them. Oh, great! And then you'll be like, well, no, now I need someone else to beat. Now I need another challenge. It gets boring. Like, if you are absolutely the best at something, it's boring. If that's your goal, is stick to competition, and you are truly really good at something, which obviously I am perfect at everything, it's just boring. So that's the thing with doing creative stuff. There is no best or better. Like, there's always different things you can do, and there's always going to be improvement. So you're always going to find it fulfilling, and you're never going to end up with that. You're never going to be dependent on other people for your enjoyment. So I think that's why it's generally a better thing to pursue.
Green, green, green.
Right. First time driving this car in this track combo. We accidentally signed up to the wrong race. Starting in 15th. What could go wrong?
There. Clear on the right.
Oh my goodness. Car behind is nipping all over the place. They're probably going to try and wreck us. That's fine.
Right.
That's F4.
Still there. Clear.
Well, the problem I have is that so some people get a lot of sense of achievement.
Ahead. Slow car ahead. Go right. Go right. Left side. You're on the right. 3 wide. Clear on the left. Go right. Left side.
I think we just saw a car levitate.
Still there. Hold your line. Clear on the left.
Yeah, I don't really get a sense of achievement for doing something better. So maybe some people do. I don't really. I'm like, oh, great, that's it, done.
Left side.
What are these guys doing? Are they lagging?
Clear on the left.
Pretty sure we just saw a guy fly to the moon, yeah.
Go left. Left side, keep to the right. There's an incident behind.
That was a good catch.
Clear.
We're in Japan, we've got to do drifting.
You're in the top 10. Left side.
This is going well
Clear
so
on the
far.
left.
Textbook driving here, guys. Still got wheels. That's all you need. Yeah, R Factor 2 AI also cheats on the higher setting. Makes it even more of a challenge.
Car stop on the left.
I don't think in R Factor 2 they don't have the same physics. They're different. They're running on different physics.
Car right. Clear.
Car's a bit leery through there.
Car on your left. Clear.
The thing is on this
Car
track,
stop on the left.
these corners,
Go right.
these corners. Okay, that didn't need the heart attack. The corners are all slightly cambered, so it's not quite obvious how much throttle to give before the car starts going mental.
Car in P4. Just set the fastest lap. 27.691.
Jardier's quick, isn't he? He was like an esports driver. So he's pretty fast. I'm not sure, like... I mean, I'm not, like, as a diss, I just don't know how fast he was. Like, if he... I don't think he was ever top tier esports driver, but I think he was very quick. But he was quick in race room, right? I think that was what he mostly did. Not that he's slow, but you know what I mean. He's not like a top. He's not like a Bono, Hewis, Josh Rogers. Like I think he's slower than Michi Hoyer, right? And Michi Hoyer's probably a top 20 in the top 30 or something. It's hard to say because people specialise in sims, so it's very hard to go. This esports driver is. Like, I think James Baldwin is a good example of what I think he's quite a versatile sim racer. and Bono Hewis is, I think he's quick in a lot of stuff. But a lot of drivers at that really, really high end, a lot of drivers are like, they're either iRacing. Are you cock? Why is he doing that? He's driven all the way off the track and then turns into us. You have plenty of space.
Sorry, Alec.
Yeah, but Jimmy's not an esports driver, is he? Like, Jimmy's a fairly adequate, decent driver. Like, I don't think Jimmy's shit, but I don't think he's. I think Jimmy's quite a bit faster than me, but he's not like esports level, is he? Maybe he could be with practice. He's got the fundamentals. I think Jimmy will do quite well in real life. I imagine he's quite adaptable. But like, I don't think even Jimmy would say he is. I'm pretty sure, like, out of all the influencers, I think Emery's like one of the really fast influencer sim racers. Jardier's pretty quick.
Just set your fastest lap of the session.
Yeah, I think Jimmy's basically just a slightly faster than me. But he's also younger and not brain dead, so... so it's probably, in reality, he's probably quite a bit faster than me. Yeah, Yarno's one that's not mental. Oh yeah, UKOG, he's quick in lots of stuff. He's very fast in AC, yeah. But so what? If we were listing them out, I would wager, just from like my experience of driving with these influencers as well.
The leader is running 28.091.
Emery, like, so the one thing you notice with really good sim racers that are actually super duper fast drivers,
the car in front is pitting.
They're quick on anything very quickly, and so out of all the influencers, Emery's the one that I've noticed where she's like just immediately quick. Trackmania, Forza, Gran Turismo, iRacing, it wouldn't matter, it doesn't matter. Insta quick. It's disgusting. So I would wager that Emery's probably up there out of the influencers. Super GT, I think, as well. Despite him wasting his life on Gran Turismo, I have a suspicion, like, he's very quick at go-karting, or at least Super GT, I think, could actually be like a real-world F2 driver. I would imagine if you put ultimate influencer team for real-world motorsport, I would have Emery, Super GT, and Emil Bernstorff as an endurance team. They would absolutely destroy it. They would destroy. I guarantee it. If I had to put money, if someone said, right, you have to put together the ultimate influencer driver team, and you need to wager
The pace car is out of control.
£10,000 on it. I'm putting on Emery, Super GT, Emil Bernstorff. Well, I don't know with real...
Just set your fastest lap of the session.
I don't know. It'd be interesting, though, to see. Swolio's not an influencer, though. I mean, he's turned into one. Swolio's a real driver, though. He was like an esports... He was an esportler. Swolio doesn't count. He's like a wealthy pianist. He could have done real driving. He did go-karting and stuff. It doesn't count. He was already a real driver. Get out. To be fair, Emil Bernstorff has done F3 in real life. Stephen has done loads of go-karting. Okay, ultimate team. We're not just saying influencers. Well, I don't know. I don't know how fast Swolio is. Like, I'm sure he's really quick, but I don't know. Like, I'm not saying I know. I'm not saying yes or no. I know he's doing all right in what he's doing, but with Emile and Emery, they've both driven F3 cars in real life from a young age, so that, you know.
Just set your fastest lap of the session.
This is one of the big problems with the sim racing thing, where you have people going, "Oh, I made it through GT Academy and now I'm a real driver and I did it all through gaming." Or you have sim racers going, "Wow, sim racing taught me how to drive," and then you delve into them, like Igor Fraga or something, and it's like they all did go-karting from when they were like 15 or something. It's like, well, come on. It's like, that's not the same, is it? Whereas there'll be some actual, whoa, car up the bump, there'll be some actual, you know, pure sim racers that never really did any go-karting or real driving.
Slow car on the left, car stop on the left. There's an incident ahead, go right. Go right.
Not that it matters, you know, but I'm saying if you're trying to pick using the sim racer thing rather than someone that's a go-karter that also does sim racing. Like even Jan Mardenborough, I think, had done quite a bit of go-karting. No, I don't, not that much. Jimmy had done some go-karting, I think. Not like to a high level. Hello, Kyle. Just general go-karting, but like just doing a reasonable amount of go-karting is still like something. But yeah, he'd done a lot less. I think Steve had Super GT had done a lot more go-karting.
There's an incident behind.
Like more competitive go-karting. Yeah, but I'm afraid Jimmy's not making the team. Emery, Emil Bernstorff. We might sneak Swolio in there.
White flag.
We'd have to do a bit of testing, and then we'll see. We'll see. We'll have an open seat.
New fastest lap for you.
That might be open to Swolio, or it might be open to another driver. Maybe it's open to Jimmy. We'll see. We'll
Left
see.
Side. Still there, hold your line.
Wow, this game's netcode is superb. Go, flip up, yes!
You've got wheel damage.
Yes, but I'm finishing the race.
Your front wing is damaged.
Car's fine.
You might get understeered due to lost downforce.
Car's fine.
You have about 5 laps of fuel left. You've lost the rear wing. Major oversteer likely due to lost downforce.
Car's fine. That's how you apex that corner. I see no issues here. We have no rear wing. It's good that we skillfully flipped the car back
The car
over.
behind is closing on you. The gap is 1.1 seconds.
There guys.
I'm pretty sure that guy just turned into us or lagged into us.
Thanks for keeping it clean. Definitely had me on the long run.
left side. The car behind is closing on you. The gap is 4.6 seconds. Still there, hold your line.
Dude,
Still
what the
there,
fuck?
hold your line. Car stops on the left. Clear.
We finished. How much iRating did we lose? Where did we finish?
You got a slow car on the right.
Ah. 11th isn't too bad considering we did a barrel roll.
There's an incident ahead.
Considering we did a barrel
check a
roll.
flag.
Oh, we lost 60 iRating now. Oh well. There goes today's gains. Oh, I mean, come on. That other guy wrecked us there. That wasn't my fault. Let's see. Oh, iRacing. Come on, this game's netcode is absurd. Like, what on earth? What on earth? That's what loses me the race. There's like a meter between us. Can't even blame him. What on earth? That's a meter. What on earth? And that causes this. Thanks, iRacing. What? How many? I mean, honestly, this is one of the most mental. I don't care. He could have like 1 billion ping. This is still insane. What? What? That's it. That's how we lose the race. What? Oh my God. I mean, come on.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
Right, let's see the start of the race as well. Bloody hell. Bloody hell. No, Pagana. No, so no, actually, so you do get mismatch in any game, and you do get latency. However, the key is you don't have it so that a contact that's a potential netcode contact or just a gentle contact anyway massively pushes a car over the limit. So no, like you don't get that kind of ghost contact to that degree. In R-Factor 2, you'd physically see the car would look closer. You wouldn't see, it wouldn't be invisibly closer. You would physically see the car move, even if that's not the actual position from their perspective. You would actually see where they generally were. So, no. Stop making excuses for stuff that's been fixed in R-Factor 2 in 2012. And no, what would happen is you might have the contact that's netcode, that's fine, but then the tyres don't get stuck over the limit, and then the crash isn't completely mental due to a mismatch. That's the difference. You'll always have lag. It will never be perfect, but you know, don't make excuses for this. Don't you dare. Yeah, you should be able to drive inside each other. It's sexy. Their netcode's not that bad in iRacing. It's the result of what happens after the contact that's the problem. Okay, what was this? Why did everyone just stop there? it's the effect of the contact that's the problem, not really the contact itself. Yeah, like the AC has like stupid rowboating and pinball physics, which is also really bad. We say the solution, and I've said this multiple times before, you can see it in R Factor 2 and R Factor 1. So R Factor 1 came out in 2005. So it's already been solved largely. The solution is that when in multiplayer, you don't have the contacts do not, so a 1, let's say it's a 1, let's say the contact is a force of 1. In multiplayer, you make it so that the contact is not a force of 1, it's a force 0.5. So that it takes more force for the contact to actually do what it ends up doing. So that when there's netcode and smoothing, that means that it's unrealistically forgiving, but then that makes up for the unrealistic unforgivingness of netcode contacts. So, and the reason I know that iRacing, well, even if they do reduce it, they don't do it much. The reason you can see with iRacing is if you play iRacing in single player, it's exactly the same kind of contacts and stuff, but obviously you don't get the issues because there's no network smoothing. So, and the amount of contact and the amount of force it takes to knock people is exactly the same, but there's no desync there, so it all makes more sense. So this is, I mean, I've explained this like 6 years ago, so it's not a new thing. And it's also the cartoon tyres, yeah. I've driven into a lot of people, guys. I'm the world's foremost expert on driving into people. I could write a novel, How to Drive Into People, by Game of Muscle. We need a police shirt, you're right. I can't believe we lost 60 I rating from this through no fault of our own. Again. Welcome to iRacing, where no fault of your own is the biggest contributor to I rating loss. Right, here we go. What was this? What kind of a rejoin is that? What sort of a rejoin is this? How is this acceptable? Take that, you bugger. That's what you deserve, that. For rejoining. What are you doing? I'm on the inside of the corner here. What sort of a rejoin is this? It's insane. It's actually ridiculous. It's actually like a missile. It's like a submarine-delivered Red Bull missile. Look at the angle, 90-degree rejoin. Oh, then he straightens up, but not enough to avoid driving into the back of my car. Thank you. Bloody iRacers. Oh my God. And I should have been at least a few. I should have been over here, shouldn't I? He even managed to netcode us. I like how we ejected him off the track, though. He got what he deserved. He got what he deserved. Bitch! Don't rejoin like a tit. Bitch! I'm on the racing line, bitch! I'm on the racing line, bitch! That's what I say to Red Bulls. Oh, dear. Well, that was good, wasn't it? That damaged my car, which allowed the other car to catch up with us to then wreck us. Bloody iRacers. They're the worst. Ah, dear. iRacing. 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 Might need a cup of tea after this. I mean, honestly, that is honestly. To be fair, I was understeering into his back. What? Are you mental? Are you? He's turning into me as much as I'm turning into him. We're just going around the corner. It's fine. Even if there was going to be contact, it should, at this speed with this downforce, with how gentle that is, it should not be spinning his car around.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic. iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic. iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic. iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic. iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic. iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
Did he finish the race? Oh, he's missing his front wheel. Oh, someone was really angry at the end.
Hey, thanks for keeping it clean. Definitely had me on the long run.
Dude, what the fuck?
I mean, hang on. So what's going on here? Right, he's round the outside, but he's driven. Now he's got a wheel on. He's on the track. Okay. But then he's rejoined into the back of that, into the side of that car, and then he's tried to turn into him. So why is he complaining? The orange car has driven into the green car. Like, the orange car is not getting in front of the green car on this line. And then he's driven into the green car here and here. So,
dude, what the fuck?
WTF, the green car is driving exactly as you'd expect a car to drive. What the? Oh, he's just driven into the back of him there as well. Oh my God, what are you doing? Well, actually, the green car is doing the most basic of racecraft, I think you'll find. I know it's difficult. I know it's painful to experience, but the green car is absolutely driving as he should be.
Dude, what the fuck?
Wow. A tale as old as iRacing. Well, it wouldn't be as entertaining, would it? So in fairness, I'm quite glad that he got butt hurt. Well, that was good. We're down to 10 I rating now. After that I rating, lag experience 58. What's 60? Oh, hang on. We're on 9 I rating. No, hang on. What's 67 minus 58? Is that 9? I'm confused here. Are we on 10? No, 9. How much rating do we have, guys? 67 minus 58. My brain can't work. 9. 9. Productive day. Maths. Well, that was good. I'm so glad I joined that race and lost all the rating that we'd gained over the last 5 hours. and fortunately, you know, it would be annoying if we lost it all through something that was my fault or wasn't my fault. It'd be really annoying if it was something like iRacing's netcode that invalidated 5 hours of driving. That would be... So you could argue that'd be quite frustrating if it was something completely out of your control that set you back 4 hours in your goals, you know. That would be a bit irritating, wouldn't it? But, you know, fortunately it wasn't. It was entirely my fault. Fortunately, it wasn't something stupid. Aren't we lucky? Number wang. My fragile ego. My ego's so fragile. Hang on, what's this? Hang on. How does range... We're going to try this. What's clean force feedback? Ah, okay. Dirt vibration. Ooh. No, I don't want that. Right. What is front force? I'm going to turn that off. I don't even know what front force is. Hang on, we can do this whilst driving, can't we? I think. Bloody hell, my joints are hurting. Too much sim racing, guys. Right, let's try this. Right, here we go. I think we can change force feedback on the fly here. Thanks, BRT. We all needed to know what you're having for dinner. I could never live without that information. You've changed my life now. What on earth is front force? Let's turn some front force on here. Put it on 40. I don't even know what it is, but we put it on 40. The front force has been activated. Oh, let's turn side force off. Whoa, nothing. Okay. So front force is, I think, just steering rack. Oh no, when we brake, we feel something. Oh, so it means, I think it's left and right versus, so when you brake. Oh, look at that grass, beautiful. Right. The front force doesn't really come in now. I don't even know what he's doing, really. Like, is it only when we brake and it's about to lock up? Can't really feel anything. No, I mean, I can't. That's on 100, I don't know. Unless it's subtracting from the side force. Suspension travel force, here we go. That's weird. This is weird. I'm not even sure what this is supposed to be conveying. It's just bumps. Suspension well, I'm not sure how it's... I'm not sure how that relates to the physics, to be honest. So this side force, I think, is just the steering rack, basically. Not doing anything. Okay, so base force multiplier is multiplying the signal from the game. You don't need that. Basically, this is just giving you steering rack force feedback, which is not bad. Well, I don't know. Like, the people use the wrong explanation anyway, so you might as well just. You might as well just fiddle with the settings and see what they do. The main thing is, AC1 is just so drivable. It's nice and easy to drive. It's hard to be really quick in it, but nice and easy to drive. I can probably turn. We can actually just turn this custom force feedback off whilst we're driving, I think. Let's see. Ah, now we're on AC force feedback. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, default AC force feedback has more detail. So you might as well just stick with the default. To be honest, you might as well just stick with the default force feedback. It's got more. There's more detail there. This the thing is, it just lines up with what the car's doing really well. Let's try a different car there. Well, I think it's difficult for Kunos because the problem is they're competing with this, right? So what if they try and do a Gran Turismo, which looks like they're trying to do? People are just going to go, well, it's not Gran Turismo, is it? So what's the point? And then if they try and do that, but it's kind of AC, it's kind of like, well, hang on, why not just play the original AC that has all the cars, all the tracks, and is free? You know. But what do you mean, Tabs, though? Like, what would you really, though? Is it more the idea of it? Because this is the other thing. A lot of times people say that they want stuff, and what they want is the idea, but in reality, they wouldn't play it that much. So, like, Gran Turismo is not bad. I mean, the older Gran Turismos are a lot better. But realistically, how long would you play it for? Like 50 hours? And then you'd be like, oh, I'm done now. I've played through all the single player. Car's a bit boring. Right, done it. And actually, if you're going to play something a lot, you need the multiplayer to be good. And, you know, you want a different type of game. And really, like, AC what? Like, really? Like, if I would imagine, right, if they literally just re-released AC1, but they had the 5-point tyre contact patch thing, and the AI, they made it so the AI was actually fun to race against, and then it just had a basic single player structure, but it is AC1. That would be like, yeah, add £50 easy. I'd pay that. Like, why? Nobody asked for ACC. I'm glad, it's good that they made it. People had fun with it, whatever. But nobody wanted that. None of the AC fans, like, in terms of, like, the audience, like, they like, obviously there is a bigger audience for cruising and stuff. But it's like, well, hang on. It's not going to take much for them to go out, oh, this is just better in AC1. Like, why am I bothering with Evo? Like, the graphics are not that much better. The frame rate doesn't run as well. The VR's not better. The AI's not any better. What's the point? And if you're going to play Gran Turismo because you don't care about the handling so much, well, you just play Gran Turismo, won't you? But yeah, no, a streamlined package would be really nice. And maybe that's what they intend to do with AC1. But yeah, it's weird. Yeah, Tabs, but that's not... Yeah, dozens of us. Most of the, in terms of the sales, like you can see this from the cruising servers in AC, most people do not care about the physics because they just want to drive a car brand that they know, like a Porsche or a Ferrari, in traffic with it being generally realistic. That's fine. They're not really that picky. Like Gran Turismo, for many people, Gran Turismo is quite realistic as far as they're concerned. Yeah, but the graphics in Evo are not really mind-blowing, are they? So, fair enough if the graphics were, like, superb. Too late. Now you're addicted. This is some like old driving game, Shumi. So this is some like weird it's some like weird Italian driving sim, but it's a bit outdated, but it has pretty good force feedback and the cars seem to drive quite nice, but it's a bit too easy, so it's probably, I'd describe it as more of a simcade title. Yeah, you can see here, like, you know, it shouldn't be this easy to drive around Donington in a race car. I don't know, there's like some weird people, but it's not iRacing, is it? So
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. That is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
The normal. $787B, get in there. This actually looks quite nice. What's good is I can run this on high settings on a budget system as well. Like my 5090. Look at this grass. Yeah, the Noodle Man update is all that matters, really, let's be honest. There's towers are still there. What is it, Tiverton Parkway? Oh, then demolish the towers. Then they probably can't just... Yeah. They probably can't... Because that train station is right next to it, so it's going to be really hard to... it's going to be really hard to demolish those towers. That was the last... Wasn't that the last coal... power station or something? Or something... what was it? Not the last one. It was something about it. It's really cool when you stand next to the towers because the cooling towers have water, the water condensation dripping down the sides. For something that's polluting, although the cooling towers are just water vapor, but for something that causes so much pollution, it's actually really nicely, really relaxing. And you wait in that train station, you can just hear the water dropping, like a waterfall. I'm not sure why my wheel seems to be... This force feedback seems really heavy. I don't know why it's orange on the screen. I think it just picks random colours for some people. So in some ways, even the force feedback in AC is actually somewhat muted compared to iRacing with Marvin's amazing iRacing app. Like you have to turn AC's force feedback up higher to get more detail. MS2's force feedback is quite good. The physics aren't, the force feedback is. That's the thing. John Hartley, thank you. Blessed be. And lo, his force feedback was strong, and he could feel the front end through every corner. Thank you very much. Well, I'm not really AC's #1 fanboy. Eurofighter Typhoon flyby. I'm not really an AC fanboy. I just say what's the case, what's the truth. So the jets just flew into a passenger plane there. Disaster. That's what AC's #1 fanboy would say. No, it's just a fact that AC1 has, at the moment, the closest approximation to capturing the essence of driving. That's just a fact. That's why loads of Formula 1 drivers are using it. That's why Giannetti use it in their training centre. That's why most driver training places use it. You can set the content up to match real-world cars, and you get the force feedback, and it's drivable like real-world cars. Is it perfect? No. Does it have some massive exploits that you can do with setups and driving styles? Sure. Does it lack basic pit stops and a whole bunch of other things? Yes. But if your goal is to feel what it's generally like to drive a race car around a track, iRacing, AC generally ticks the boxes. That's true, BRT, yeah. My mistake. But honestly, if you play this and then you play Evo, graphically and experientially, what is the actual, like, the margin of difference is so small. I think so, Niels. Like, it's hard for game developers. Like, this looks fine. Like, look at the grass. There's grass as far as I can bloody see. There's grass in the distance. Look at these grass. Look at the grass, right? Just look at the grass. There's a plane taking off. How do you need better graphics than this? Like, these graphics, but running fast, surely that's what you need, right? That's what you want, is this to run as fast as possible. Do we need a better road texture? Like, maybe a little bit. Is the car model egregiously unsatisfying to look at? No, it looks like a bloody Porsche. Like, there's no, like, obvious polygons. I mean, I know if you're a 3D modeler, you'd be like, ugh, but, like, there's nothing egregiously wrong about the graphics in this, right? The tyres look great. This is running at 4K, 8XAA, 120 hertz. The shadows look fine. That's a big thing. Look at the cockpit shadows, are super crisp. Look how sharp the cockpit shadows are. Look at the dash texture. It looks like, you know, I'm a metre away from a 4K screen, a 55-inch 4K screen. Like, the cockpit looks fantastic. It's fine. So what is the point of having, like, okay, you know, I do get having more streamlined stuff for weather and all these other things, but what do you really need it all for? Yeah, what it's missing is this is the thing is missing the gameplay. Like, you could literally take AC as it is with shader patch, right? And what you need is good AI, basic single player structure, a driver school. This gameplay is missing from AC. Even the curb issue. And the contact patch, the single contact patch issue, are actually, on the grand scheme of things, much smaller issues than iRacing's fundamental tyre model or Gran Turismo's fundamental physics. So all those parts of the game are so negligible compared to AI, single player, or multiplayer, built-in multiplayer ranked system, right? This game, with a streamlined content delivery system that's through the game, like Microsoft Flight Sim Store, so you don't have to go to websites and you're like, Kunos have verified that the mod is not a scam and it's legit, and here's the mod has come out in AC and I can buy it through the game. I don't even mind if you had to pay for it. It wouldn't matter, would it? If it was like, you could just click the mod and buy it for like £1 or something through Steam credit. You just buy shitloads of mods. You'd be like, yeah, cool. New RSS car, £1. But so many people would buy it because it's just in the game. You'd be like, yeah, I'll buy that. And then you'd make it so that the in-game system allows it so that other people can race without owning that car as long as they own one of the cars. So many people would then be like, oh, I'm just going to join that race, join the server. Oh, I would really like to drive. I've just seen that RSS other GT3 car, whatever, this other mod car that looks really nice. So I'd actually quite like to drive that. It's a pound. All right, go on then. It's not bloody... How is this not what you would... Instead, what we have is this mental, like, weird, God knows what going on. NFTs fine. No, NFTs are actually totally fine. There's nothing wrong with NFTs. So this is another myth, is that people think NFTs is not an inherently bad thing. The whole of Steam Workshop is a NFT system. It's just a token way of tracking data. The thing of NFTs that people don't like is the monetization and reselling. You don't have to do that. You can still have an NFT and not have it so that you resell stuff. Right, let's try another car. Let's go to a different track and try something else. Ah, dear, I don't get it. Like Kunos were gifted like an absolute AC, and then what the community have done with AC modding was such a gift to Kunos. Kunos did a great job with what they did, but as a developer, they've been gifted something insane. Like, obviously, Ilya and these other people have made money out of it, but the fact that you've got a platform that people have then got attached to, and then it has all the multiplayer stuff in it and all the servers, which is all community driven, it's really weird to not capitalise on that. It's really weird. It's just weird. It's just strange, isn't it? Well, let's try this at a different track. Let's try this. Try a bit of Spa. No, but they would make the. What have I said? What have I said? What did I just say that's incompatible with not making money? Bloody hell. An in-game store. Maybe they'll do this with Evo, but like an in-game store and monetizing it over a longer period of time would make a lot of money. Maybe they plan to do this with Evo, but having the Microsoft Flight Sim store, even with Flight Sim 24 being a bit of a disaster, entire businesses, before Flight Sim 2020, you would have a few people that made mods and stuff, right? And they would, Aerosoft did a bunch of stuff, Orbex, Terrain stuff. There's a whole bunch of companies independent to Flight Sim, and they were selling through their own stores and doing okay, right? Flight Sim 2020, they basically were like, oh shit, they started making like 50, 100, 300% more just purely from the visibility of the store and people being able to buy the content through the game directly. To the point where I think some of them even just closed down their separate stores, like they just retail through the game. So rather than Microsoft not getting any of that revenue because, you know, they weren't making, Microsoft weren't getting a kickback from those mod sales apart from the game sale initially. Now Microsoft is giving them a platform, they're getting more sales, and Microsoft is taking X percentage of each sale. So is monetizing the commercial mod space. Yeah, I don't. Right, and also, right. My views on force feedback are seemingly controversial, but look, I know I'm probably really annoying, and I know that developing a game is really difficult, and I know that the reason why things feel how they do is just because of technical stuff and it's hard. However, if sim developers listen to my bloody annoying ranting about being able to feel what the cars are doing through the force feedback, I'm pretty sure, I think the player base now, especially with how popular AC1 is, I think the player base just expect that. And I think if you deliver that, especially with how many people now are buying DD wheels as a basic, in the past, a lot of people just had complete shit wheels and there weren't setup guides, and so people had no framework for it. I genuinely think now, if Kunos with Evo got the force feedback to be the same detail as AC1, or even iRacing actually has pretty detailed force feedback with Marvin's app, if they got it to that level, I think they would get people would all be like, oh, that feels amazing, and because the force feedback, AC Evo still has pretty detailed physics. Like, you might not like it.
The pace car is out of control.
But the physics, there's a lot going on in any of the driving games. There's even shit ones. There's still a lot going on with them. And when you have force feedback that conveys the dynamics, it makes the game feel really a lot richer. It makes the player more aware of what's going on, so it's more immersive and better. So, I just don't see why that wouldn't be. Why wouldn't that be like a big priority for the launch of your game? You'd be like, oh, this really shows what we're doing. Yeah, I know. I noticed BRT. I wonder if it's because they didn't with ACC, despite me being pretty vocal about how dog shit its force feedback was. So I wonder maybe people have paid attention to me. I seem to be the only one that's as obsessed about force feedback. But then also I feel like maybe, as I say, people have better equipment and they have played AC1 more now. So more people have played that. So more people have that as a reference. Whereas I think with ACC, most people came to it having not played AC1. So they had no reference. So maybe... people with LMU, people actually generally agreed with what I said about the force feedback in that, which was a surprise. The Niels of force feedback. Well, not really, because Niels actually provides evidence and doesn't just have 5-year rants with the same rant, because Niels is not insane. Well, he is, but probably not as insane as I am. So. Hang on, John Hartley, if they change force feedback on Ace, you want the ability to turn it back how it is now. Are you insane? What is wrong with you? If you want any game to feel like Ace force feedback does now, just get your wheelbase, turn the force feedback down, and turn damper up on your wheelbase. And, yeah, that'll do. Niels is mental. Yeah, I mean, look, he is Dutch, so that's a default degree of insane. If it wasn't for the waffles, they'd be going murdering everyone. You'll never understand me. Right, let's try this car. You've got to be trolling. Oh, look at it. Bloody, why is this so strong on my wheelbase now? There's some weird stuff going on here, because we're not... I don't know, maybe it's a shader patch then. Oh, look at this. This is why I'm a bit excited for Project Motor Racing, because he's going to have loads of cars like this in it. It's not a Lola, is it? Is it the Porsche? It's like a prototype Porsche, long tail. See, this car's a little bit too smooth. This is the thing with AC. It's a bit too smooth. Like, it's a bit too forgiving. It's a bit, you know. Ah, we ain't making that. Bloody hell, this car's suspension is insane. There's a 787B built into AC. I might be this C. Right, they're basically the same. This car wants to plough his fronts. This setup is really bad. This suspension needs to be way stiffer. See, this is the one thing I prefer about AMS 1 is that it's more abrupt. In the like AC, the rotation in AC, especially when you're not on the tyres, is like it's not sharp enough. It's very progressive. You have to get into slip and then it turns in a more snappy way. That's also one of the nice things with iRacing. It's on the throttle, the front's just ploughing. It barely wants to hook into the track on the throttle, it's just lifted off the ground. It's like the broken aerial atom I drove. Like a children's bouncy castle car. Yeah, AMS1 has, the twitch, especially with like the radical type cars, where it does that really mega insta snap rotation thing. I mean, you can drive around that by just being smooth. This type of vehicle, this is so much more compelling to drive. I mean, it'd be compelling in anything. Sims are so stupid. Like, it's not even the Sims' fault. It's the sim racers. I hate them. Sim racers are the worst people ever. GT3, GT3, Formula 1, GT3 Formula 1, and GT Post Cup, GT3 Formula 1. But Ferrari, GT3, Ferrari, Lamborghini. It's like, guys, we have like 100 years of incredible vehicles that are crazy to drive and have dynamics, and you have to balance them, and they've got too much power and they move around, and you have to actually do stuff and use your skill and H pattern and DT3 traction control, ABS, DT3 traction control. God, sim racers. Goddamn sim racers. See, Project Motor Racing does give me a bit of hope, to be honest. Purely because it's got potentially good content in it. Yeah, but I want some rain. I need rain. I want rain. I want 24-hour racing. Give me 24-hour and rain. Formula 1 car, 24-hour GT3 rain. I don't actually like it. Actually, I just want GT3 at Spa and Monza, please. But I also want rain in 24 hours. Sim racers. The worst thing about sim racing is sim racers. I should know. Look at those God rays. The only problem here is the shadows in the distance. Like, for some reason, AC1 doesn't have very good anti-aliasing. This is actually a game where DLSS could actually help it. DLAA. I don't know why. I don't know why AA doesn't work particularly well in AC. Like, you can see the shimmer on the shadows. I've turned the resolution up really high, and you still get some shimmer. Yeah, you can see it on some of the textures, like the mid mapping and stuff. But I don't know why this engine is particularly like you see on that building. As we move, it probably don't come through the video as well, but you don't get the chasing shadows in AC. What do you mean in ACC? You can get rid of the chasing shadows by just turning the resolution up of the shadows. Yeah, shader patch fixed it. It was quite a big problem in AC1, but yeah, look at those shadows there. You need like some additional filtering to stop that shimmer. Well, I think the problem with ACC is that the difficulty is, I'm not sure if you can set the cockpit shadows. I'm not sure if you can divide the lighting between the cockpit and the outside world, so you have to have quite a high resolution shadow when it's close to you. Otherwise, the solution would be is you just have it. I know in Unreal Engine you can set different levels for the quality of shadow, but it might be that if you have it low but longer, it then affects the cockpit shadows, so you're kind of stuck. But yeah, chasing shadows looks terrible in driving games. And then the Unreal thing that even rennsport has this problem as well, is the popping of scenery objects in the distance is something that Unreal really suffers from. Yeah, I'm not sure what settings we can. I'm running everything on absolute max here. Like we're even running the the reflection shadows resolution is on the absolute absurd, not recommended. Anastrophic filtering's on 8 times MSAA. You can't run anything on higher, so there's nothing we can even do. You could probably change this. Not really much you can do. Maybe even lower resolution shadow actually might actually look better. No, I know BRT. This is I need to ask. We know some people that work on these things. I am not sure why anastrophic filtering is still an option, because even if you're on the lowest of low-end graphics cards with low amounts of memory, there's no real time where you wouldn't just want to run anastrophic filtering on the highest setting. Like there's no... It made a difference back in the 90s and 2000s with a Voodoo 2. I'd do it in a... Yeah, exactly. It was a big thing back with 3DFX Glide and certain games, because the textures could look quite different. What setting to impress a girl? Let's good point. Let's try and force this here in the NVIDIA control panel. Let's see what that does. I mean, what setting would impress a woman? Probably anti-aliasing. Smooth. It's like having well moisturized skin. Neil, yeah. Well, after the GeForce, for sure. Once we got to GeForce 4, it didn't make any difference. But it definitely, I specifically remember because I used to play Day of Defeat, the Half-Life 1 original Day of Defeat mod, and I was struggling to get the textures to look decent, and the mip mapping and anastrophic filtering settings impacted frame rate. So that would have been 1999, 2000. That would have been on a Voodoo 2. Or no, it might have even been on a GeForce 256. So that's the first GeForce card. But definitely by GeForce 4, because I had the Albatron, which had the best box art ever. Guys, look at this. Look at this. This is best. This is my favourite ever graphics card. Look at this! Oh my goodness. Look. Hang on, let me get this on the screen. Oh my, Albatron. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Let me get this on the screen, guys. Look at that! Oh my goodness! DVI, VGA, composite, S-Video, blue PCB, woo! Purple heatsink, separate heatsinks on the memory. Oh my goodness. Heatsinks on the bottom. I've still got this in my loft. I should bring it down and frame it. Honestly, look at that. That's a specimen. Now, you thought that was good. Look at the box. Hang on, let me get the box art here. This was back when they did boxes. Look at this! Oh, I can't get it. Look at this box art. I mean, come on! Blue shiny box with a CGI woman with like is a Medusa. She's going to turn you to stone. I'm not quite sure what that has to do with graphics cards. 128 megabytes. Look at that. That's more exciting to me than a 5090. Unbelievable. This represented like, yeah, Unreal. So when did this come out? It would have been like 2003, 2002. Far Cry. Let's see. Hang on, let's have a Google. Let's see. February 2002. Unreal Tournament 2003. Mirrorwind. Battlefield 1942. Medal of Honor. Allied Assault. Return to Castle Wolfenstein. Quake 3 Arena. Warcraft 3. Grand Theft Auto 3. And Counter-Strike 1.6. What a time to be alive. With a blue graphics cut. I mean, honestly, what went wrong? Also, Richard Burns Rally came out in 2004. Right, Assetto. Wait, we need to force this anisotropic filtering on through the control panel. I've not tested it in VR, but I'm sure it'll work really well because it's got a lot of VRAM on it. Right, anisotropic filtering, anti-aliasing, game setting. Right. Oh, let's force 16x on here and see if that helps. Oh, hang on. Image scaling. Oh, this is to go down. Background. No, we don't want that. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, we've just done that. Oh yeah, someone put online the GTA 3 press videos that from E3 2000 and something. I don't know if you guys saw it, but it was like the original. Do you remember the first videos of GTA 3 with the 3D guy taking the other person out of the car? And it was it's proper nostalgic. Cause I remember that being on it was like on a PC format disc or something. I remember watching that thinking, oh my god, GTA in 3D, whatever next. On that note as well, it's impossible to get GTA 1. Like, you can't, it's like abandonware. And I don't know why. Maybe it's the audio licensing or something. But it's basically impossible to legitimately get GTA 1 and GTA London. I guess you could get the PS2, PS1 version and emulate it. It's probably the best option now. But it's really weird, like the PC version is gonzo. GTA 2 on Game Boy Advanced. I didn't really like GTA 2 because it was weirdly science fiction, wasn't it? It was like it was weirdly futuristic. Didn't really make sense. Hang on. Oh, that would have been a terrible port. That would have been Lentillion. That would have been awful. That would have been a really shit port. Hang on. Let's have a look here. YouTube. GTA 2 GBA. Oh, this looks all right. This would have been an absolute from the ground up port.
Because I talks about.
Oh no, this looks terrible. This looks really bad. Game Boy Color.
You can place my
Ah, this looks garbage. Yeah, this is a full-on from the ground up port. Was this the first GTA you played? Oh man, it looks terrible. I bet whoever was given this was having a breakdown trying to program this. They're like, oh yeah, it'll have been a small studio, and they'll have gone, yeah, we could do it. And then they'll be like, shit. Shit, what have we got to, like, the amount of work that would go into making this game on a Game Boy. It's probably programmed in assembly. And Grand Theft Auto 2. I bet it was. We need to get Modern Vintage Gamer to look at this. Who programmed? Who made GTA 2 on Game Boy Color? Man, this is niche. I want to know who made this. I don't think ChatGPT will even know this. Here we go. Tarantula Studios UK. Here we go. Let's find out. See if we knew anyone that works there. All right. Rockstar Lincoln. Are they still in business? No, they went out of business in 2002. Oh no, they're still in business. But they did pinball games in 1992, 1998. ZX Spectrum games. In 1998, Take-Two took over them. Hang on, they made Rats. Oh no, that's a different game. Here we go. Anyway, I love like rando game development studio stuff, like super like subsidiary rando port game development stuff. It's interesting. Modern Vintage Gamer is really good for that kind of stuff. They finished it, BRT. They just finished it. That was it, basically. So the best version of GoldenEye, well, you can get that, and you can buy the Steam GoldenEye game. Well, you can get it for free. Their website all works and everything. Servers is still up. But they just finished it, and then someone did a mod, like they used Far Cry Editor to build all the GoldenEye levels. But it doesn't really play very well, but it looks amazing. If you watch the video of that, it's really good. But it doesn't really play properly. You still play Heroes 3 of Might and Magic? Old. Old. You are old. Right, let's try this now with these settings. I feel like my force feedback's messed up in this. I don't know what's going on. Like it... maybe we need to turn that off. Let's try that. No, I quite enjoyed Project Motor Racing at that event. I'm optimistic for that. No, these shadows are even worse now. Oh no. Oh well. Oh, my force feedback's actually scaling properly now, which is nice. Oh, this is worse. Whoa, we've got a stutter as well. Okay. Pro tip, guys, do not use the NVIDIA settings unless it's... No, this is like messed it up. Look what's going on here. They're like popping in now. Maybe I had to just load them and add the... Maybe I had to recompile the shaders or something. Oh, is there cat debate? I need to try that. Yeah, the shadows are still buggered anyway. You are better off just using AC's built-in force feedback. This is more detailed. Oh, the anastrophic... Oh, no. No, it's exactly the same. I was going to say that building wasn't shimmering, but it is. It's exactly the same. I mean, it's not terrible. It's just a shame that you can't. It is striped. It's going to be difficult in 4K. You really need like super sampled AA. Yeah, you can see those shadows there, Chase, which is weird because I set them to the top setting. Maybe there's another shadow adjustment. Hang on, is there a... Advanced settings, here we go. Custom shader patch. Smart shadows, here we go. Shadow distance. Oh, 400 splits. What's this mean? Anastrophic filtering for shadows. Yeah, it should work. Shadow interior. Sharp interior shadow. Okay, sure. Smooth transition between shadow cascades. Increase to make transition sharper. No, you want this to be lower. Maximum. Right. That should be even better shadows. We've gone all in. Let's try a different car. What should we go for? Oh, Mazda. I mean, how cool is this with AC that you've got every car? Like, I wonder if they're... I wonder if you could only ever really have one AC or R Factor 1 at a time. Like, in terms of like generic mod platform simulator, you probably can. It probably is going to be the case that you will always have one that's like everyone goes to that as the default mod for driving sims. So if something came out that was substantially better, people would just move to that. Like with R Factor 1, people were all using that. It was the mod platform, right? And then AC came out and everyone went, goodbye, AC. So I imagine the same thing would happen with RBR. As soon as like an actual, if BeamNG actually had a better tire model and general structure than RBR, then I think people would just go, right, BeamNG, that's it, gone, that's it, no more RBR. Everything would just move over to that. People would port all everything. Right, Cat. Does it have AI in it and everything? I'll be doing that. That sounds awesome. Look at this car. It's insane. It's a nice livery as well on this. It's a... This is actually quite nice and easy to drive. I always remembered it being really hard. This is fun. I always remember this car being insane. It's actually super easy to drive. That's random. Okay, first gear, we've got to be careful. Hang on, has Shader Patch improved the three-dimensionality of sound? There seems to be more depth to the transmission whine. This is great. This is actually fantastic. It's super easy to drive. No, this is an original AC car. You just download the mods and stick them in the game. But this car's well easy, like well nice to drive. Like probably a bit too easy, but this is so crazy. Like the last time I drove this, well, probably driven it in streams, but the last time I really remember driving this on my own, it was with like a G25, I think. And I was like, too hard. God, I've become good at sim racing. I hate myself. This is such a doddle to drive, and it drives responds to the throttle, like the turning on the throttle. It drives like the Spec Racer Ford. It's like a fast Spec Racer Ford. It's super stable. I don't know why it's so stable. Yeah, we should definitely do racing with subs with this. Doesn't this car have a turbo on it that's adjustable? It seems just too easy to drive. always forget how good AC is. I play The Sims for like months. I play iRacing for like an entire month. And you just forget, like, I can totally understand how people find AC a bit bland to drive because it's not as direct as iRacing. But you do have more ways to finesse the vehicle, so it's more compelling at the limit. Is this the B, or does the C have a turbo in it? This does sound a bit rubbish in AC. Like the real... There's a YouTube video of the sound of this car with no editing on it, and it sounds so good. Proper steering wheel in this car as well. Like, look at that, it's like a suede wheel. Well nice. Mazda always have really good wheels. Even the MX-5 Cup has a really nice steering wheel. This is so pleasant to drive. It's kind of bland, it's kind of boring, but when you've got enough turning to then get on the throttle to push the rear out, it's really nice. And it has a really nice progressive oversteer. It actually reminds me a bit of the Pagani Huayra sort of handling, but heavier, less. It's more sluggish. What car did you get? I was driving. Whenever I drive my parents' Volkswagen Golf. It's really weird to me how the wheel feels on it, and the speed and the lane assistance stuff it's like bloody bizarre. It feels like I'm playing a driving simulator. What, the lane? Yeah. Well, my parents' car, the roads near them are like countryside roads, and it will tug you into incoming traffic because it thinks that it thinks that you're driving off the road, but you're not. It's just that the road is narrow. It's really dumb. Modern cars are like, it's like they designed them just for perfect roads sometimes. Can you imagine driving this car in real life? We should definitely do... I mean, I could put this on the server now, if anybody wants a quick race with this car. Boring! Your face is boring. So why doesn't Evo drive like this and have this amount of detail to it? I don't get it. Like, not that it needs to drive the same, but why would you not have the detail? Like, how does that even happen? Yeah, I know, but even why would ACC, like, what on earth do they do with tyres that gets rid of the handling? I guess they'll probably go, oh, well, they're just more peaky, which is more realistic, but it's kind of strange, isn't it? Especially given that most people I know that drive in real life would say that ACC is less realistic than AC, so, you know. This is a new iRacing update. How does adaptive cruise control? It like reads the speed limit of the road. I find it weird how modern cars have the little screen on the dash and it tells you the speed limit. So if you can't see the road sign, the dash is telling you what the speed limit is. Although there's where I've driven my parents' car, there's some train lines really close to roads, and it picks up the train. It picks up the sign that's for the train, and it displays it on the dash of the car. It's like spontaneous 90 miles per hour. It's pretty funny. Oh, okay, that's cool. Don't you find parking in an automatic car is really weird? How you have to like let it do. It has its own coasting. Like, it's well weird. I'd rather drive a car with a manual gearbox where you control the clutch, because you can. In a manual car, you can move forwards like at 0.1 mile an hour, but in an automatic, it always wants to go. It wants to go forwards, and then you have to do weird things on the brake, and you have to learn. You have to learn the random computer-controlled timing to then be smooth. You have to work with the car in a weird way. I also don't like not having a handbrake and having a little thing you pull. That's not right. You need a handbrake in a car so that when you park and it has to go, it's not. It has to have a ratchet thing. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it's not handbrake. You're not parked. You're not. The car's not parked unless it goes. You know that exact feeling of a handbrake in a car as it goes through the clickety ratchety thing. If you haven't got that, what's the point? Also, a button on top to release it. Otherwise, it's not a real handbrake. Yeah, that's terrible. That doesn't. It's not right. That's not. I don't drive, but from like the age of 5, I associate a parked car with it being stopped and someone going. That's handbrake. That's a parked car. Without that, it's not a parked car. I'm sorry. You can't just remove the fundamental essence of parking a car. What's the point of having a vehicle where you can't wiggle the gear stick either to make sure it's not in gear? How are you supposed to do that with an automatic? Terrible. Absolutely removed a vital component of driving there. Oh, well, because people push you out of the way to get a... That's not really... That's more of an Italian thing than a French thing, isn't it? Pushing the car to make room. The driving did seem pretty bad. I was in Paris last week and then a few weeks before. To be fair, people were driving pretty badly. I was just using Ubers though. And the angriest Uber driver that was shouting at other cars, which I thought was really funny. He pulled over at one point to shout at another car. The guy was in front of us was clearly lost, and so our Uber driver was beeping him and waving at him, and then the other guy finally went to a double lane street and he pulled up, wound down his window, and he was complaining at them. I'm like, I mean, it's a lot of effort to just complain at someone that's lost. I thought it was really funny though. It was like iRacing in Paris. I wish I'd videoed it actually. Honestly, this is so good. We're just driving around Spa here. It's so fun. I'm just like, it's so satisfying trying to apex as smooth as possible and then just trying to give it just the right amount of throttle to turn the car in without too much slip. And it's so smooth, and it's like the tyres are absolutely perfect. I mean, like brand new. It's like you're driving on perfect. You know, it's too smooth, it's too perfect, but it's quite fun. just like using the brake and the throttle to turn the car around a track. It's so satisfying. It's like kayaking. You don't have to be on whitewater rapids. It's just fun, like floating down a river. It's the same thing as driving. It just feels nice. Well, like, this is more like slow lapping, isn't it? I'm not even hot lapping. I've forgiven Swolio because we watched that slip video and it's a good video. So I've forgiven him. I've forgiven him for his trail braking torture because his slip video is actually all right. He's undone the damage from his ridiculous trail braking videos. It is hard to forgive him, you know, what with him being a successful driver and everything. It is very hard, and with him being like youthful, fit and healthy. You know, it's hard to forgive him, but I can't. If someone's done something good, you can't like. You know, it's the truth's the truth. Unfortunately. It's like when I occasionally say something correct once a year. It's unfortunate, but it happens. Lots of hair, nice, like, not terrible white skin that blisters from like a tiny bit of sunlight. I hate him. Bloody hell. Am I running out of petrol here? We're gonna die of old age driving around the track here. The forest looks quite nice in this. These are still 2D trees in this as well. Wow, that was well fast. No, it doesn't have a turbo, this one. I'm pretty sure one of them does, though, but this one doesn't. Whoa, we're getting a good lap time here. I don't know if it will save it. What's funny is this is a mod version of the track. Wow, look at that. 2 minute 14. Hang on, where's the start finish line? Oh, where was the start finish line? Oh no. Was it this one here? No? Ah, we're using this one down here. Wow, we'd have had an alright lap there. Is it this? No. Oh, I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, that was good. Wonder if anyone's what's going on here? Are all the Kunos servers down? No, it doesn't seem to. Is yours not working? That's random. Maybe their server list has gone down. What's this about Revo Sim? I missed messages. I was concentrating on driving. What are we saying? Oh, is the Revo Sim shifter better than the Fanatec one? I think it is. Like someone said, I think it's very similar to the Simagic one. So I wonder if they licensed it from Simagic or if it's the same design or similar design. I think it felt a little bit better than the Fanatec one. The CQ to H pattern mode worked better. Yeah, I'd say it's a bit better, but I think it's more expensive. So. Yeah, it was good fun. Right, guys, I need to get some food. We've been sim racing for too long again. I need to get some food. It was good. I had fun driving today, though, and we definitely need to do some more racing with subs, actually. That'd be nice at some point. Good times. We gained 9 rating on iRacing as well. Yeah, hopefully Revo Sim. Keep in mind, the video I did with them was sponsored, so I might be biased. Like they paid me to make the video, so can you trust me? I wouldn't trust me, but just keep that in mind. I'd always be skeptical of any YouTuber, even if they're being honest. Keep in mind that if they do sponsor stuff with people. What was I going to say? Well, don't trust me. That's what I'm saying. Don't trust anyone. I mean, I kind of wanted to make a video on this, but I don't think people would perceive it correctly. I would argue people are going to be biased more from affiliate links because you can make a hell of a lot of money out of affiliate links. Like you can make hundreds and thousands of pounds out of affiliate links. You're not likely to get £100,000 direct sponsorship. Well, maybe if you're like a huge streamer, or if you did a direct deal with like you become like let's say you're a large streamer and you're like, I'm only going to use Simagic or I'm only going to use Moser and I'm going to promote their equipment. I'm going to do stuff. Maybe you get 100,000 from that. It's not likely. Like you'd have to be very big. But yeah, it's not unheard of for people to make 10, 20, 30, 50, £100,000 from affiliate links, right? That, so people need to be aware of that there's probably more bias or there would be more motivational bias through affiliate links than there would be sponsorships. Ironically, because most consumers would think intuitively, you'd go, oh, it's sponsored, so they're going to be dishonest. And it's like, well, actually, you're probably going to get more money through people doing affiliate links and being overly positive about stuff. So, yeah. But, yeah, I'd always be skeptical of all YouTubers. To be fair, as I've said before, I think most sim racing YouTubers are actually really good. Like, no, I've not really seen... Yeah, I don't think I can't think of a single sim racing YouTuber that's outright lied or like really, been really egregious. I've seen it in the VR space and you see it in the tech space all the time. But sim races are actually pretty good, to be honest. Even ones where people are like and stuff, they're actually not that bad. But yeah, people should always be skeptical. VR YouTube, the reason why VR YouTube is so bad is because it's a niche, and it's hard to make revenue out of VR streaming, and there's also not that much stuff going on. There's like the VR headset adapters. I guess you could affiliate sell Quests and make a good amount of money. But the motivation would be to partner with a VR manufacturer to some degree. Or to, like, the thing in VR is that people want to be like, oh, Big Screen Beyond 2, the new one. Wow, guys, it's transforms gaming. It's so immersive. Oh, new Pimax, guys. Wow. It's like, they're not, though. Like, if you actually use all these headsets, it's very obvious that, yeah, there's pros and cons. That's fair. You can do. There are people that do good reviews, and they say, right, this type of headset, if you particularly want this, and you're willing to compromise on that, and you've got this budget, great. You know, that's fine. But if you want to make the most amount of money, you do the whole, oh man, this really pushes the boundaries. Every single headset. Oh, the Big Screen Beyond 2, guys. This is the future. It's so small. What am I racing next? I was kind of half finishing Matt Malone because I'm exhausted. We've been streaming for like 10 hours. What are you racing next? I'm dead. I'm dead, Matt. I'm absolutely destroyed. Yeah. Guys, go and give Matt Malone a follow. He's a bit short on viewers. I know we're not doing that again. We accidentally did F4 at Okayama because I accidentally did that instead of... I clicked the button when it meant to be Laguna Seca. And... And I ended up registering to the race after having never practiced or done the track. And we did all right until someone lagged into us and we did a backflip. Yeah, guys, go and follow Matt Malone. He will show you his sausage. Oh, is it an Aussie? So well, that would explain it as well. That would even further explain the insane latency. We had a 1 meter gap between us. It was mental. Right. Are you live, Matt? We'll raid you. Are you going to go live in a minute? Not that it'll make the difference. I mean, we're going to transform your channel here. You're going to blow up, Matt. What are you going to do with all the viewers? What will you do? Like, he's live. He's live. What's Matt going to do with all these, with all the viewers? Let's raid Matt Malone. He's a good guy. Unless he's still here, he's an idiot. Right. Yeah, guys, you'll enjoy Matt Malone. He's a good streamer. I'm going to get some food and have a break because I'm actually exhausted. But we're a lot better than we were yesterday. We'll definitely do some racing with subs in AC.
The pace car is out of control.
Right, we're going to raid Matt Malone, guys. Thanks for watching. Spam tea time in Matt Malone's channel. Have a good night, guys. Bye.
Offset the camera.